Well, look at that beautiful scenery. It's Playday 4 for APL North Asia Pacific League. Starting to heat up in the northern region, Guz, as we've got ourselves a big night ahead. Some must-win games and a battle towards the top as well to close later on. As we now officially pass the halfway mark as well for the stage of APL North, we also get a clearer picture as to kind of where things stand, and no surprise to see some of the former big guns in the region, the likes of CAG at the top of the standing, D+, Kinotropes hanging around. But what about the likes of FearX and Scars? Clearly for those two, still needing to find a place into the top 4 for playoffs.
Yeah, just the one team undefeated at this stage, which is pretty unusual. I guess it is only the 3 play days, but it is incredibly competitive. CAG have stood above the rest, but the mid-pack is very tight at the moment.
Now, on the previous play day, we had a pretty big highlight. We'll go to the feature round, which was a pretty important point in the game for a team that hasn't had a lot of success throughout the stage as well. Guys, a lovely 4K from Akusu, and including in that 4K was a 1v2 at the end.
Yeah, popped off. Pivotal moment, as you're kind of alluding to. RX looking to get themselves ahead. Strong foundation defensively, and he stood up with a massive clutch against a very talented Trippy roster. And it ended up actually being quite a definitive round in allowing them to push to OT, ultimately going on to actually win this matchup 8-7. So the full 15 rounds required, and Akuzu with the highlight play of the night.
A lovely little individual play, and as you said, going a long way to helping the team get a result that was sorely needed. And clearly not a lot of success has come their way so far this stage for X. We'll go to the standings to sort of highlight that for them. Of course, not out of the race yet, needing to pick up results. They're not the only ones. Can you be my enemy at the very bottom? Really need to start getting wins right here, right now. Playday 4, we only go to 7 playdays. Double RX, of course, as we just saw, getting their first win, but that being only in overtime, guys, means they've only got 2 points. Scars, though, sitting in 6th, outside that top 4. Don't forget, top 4 makes playoffs, and so for Scars, not in that position at the moment.
Yeah, as it kind of stands right now, it's a fairly, not quite, but fairly definitive top 6 with RX and Can You Be My Enemy sort of rounding out the bottom 2. There's potential for them to still fight towards top 4, but 6 obviously doesn't go into 4 either. So it's very, very competitive at the midpoint of this particular stage, with really only CAG standing out at the very top.
Let's go to the schedule for today. We've got some big matches, although we were kind of speaking a little bit beforehand. Maybe the first 3 might go more in the scripted manner. Scars, CAG, FearX, certainly the favorites in their respective matchups, but favoritism doesn't necessarily mean a win. For RRX, maybe a bit of momentum coming into this Scars matchup against the team who clearly haven't had an amazing start to the stage. I think CAG heavy favorites. FearX against an opponent who, of course, has struggled immensely, but it's that last game of the day, guys. That, for me, is match of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Games 2 and 3 should be fairly predictable. Expecting them to be pretty one-sided, but yeah, RRX and Scars should be a bit of a banger to open up the night. Let's have a look at that RRX roster. As mentioned in their previous playdate, a very close encounter with Trippy. They actually were able to walk away with that win. As I said, 8-7, and with some real highlight moments. Akuzu leading the charge for not only in that particular match, but the stage as a whole so far. He's certainly been a standout for this roster. And as you said, probably going into the night with a little bit of momentum and confidence, and we'll see if maybe they can pull off another upset this evening.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of upset potential against a team like Scars, I think Scars are kind of at this point now based on the notoriety of what they've done previously, historically. But in terms of right now, this stage, you'll kind of look at their results. A 5-7 loss to Kinotrope. Okay, well, Kinotrope's playing quite well, but a 7-2 win over Can You Be My Enemy, and then a 5-7 loss versus D+. So clearly the teams they've played at the higher end of the standings, but for a team like Scars, who realistically should be challenging for not only playoffs, but to really go to even EWC, be one of those contenders, those are still not good results. I guess from the side of RRX is the fact that by getting that win yesterday against Trippy, as you said, and as I kind of alluded to at the beginning, can they take a bit of momentum? Because they started the stage off horribly. 1-7 loss to FearX, and well, they got 7-0'd as well by CAG, which, fair enough. CAG is a really good team, but when you only pick up 1 round in the first 2 play days, you needed something to bounce back. They got it. We'll see if they can carry that on. We'll go to Scars, as already touched on them. They've played the heavy hitters, but they're still a heavy hitting team themselves. They've just got to maybe use a match such as this to find some form themselves.
Yeah, as we look at the stats over the course of 26 so far, and actually in stage 1 specifically, Nina is right up the tippity top as one of, if not arguably, the best player in this sub-region so far for stage 1. He's been pretty nuclear across the couple of maps that he has played and participated in so far, and so we'll be looking towards him to have another highlight night. Of course, Scars aren't quite playing to expectation so far. I suppose that expectation maybe has downgraded a little bit over the last 12 to 18 months, where even domestically now they find themselves in the thick of things. But I think even this first stage to sit 6th after 3 play days, they're probably not particularly pleased with that result. And so a good opportunity for them tonight to try and get a win. They do go in still as favourites, but given some of the strength we've seen from RRX recently, I wouldn't say it's necessarily firm favourites, and they'll need to play well tonight to get a result.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of favoritism tag where clearly they're the favorites. Someone always usually is, but it's not a heavy favoritism. And if they play, 10, 15% lower than their best tonight, there's a chance that their opponent could certainly get the win, especially off of yesterday's match. So they're going to have to come in, lock in pretty quickly. It's a pretty big game for Scars, considering where they sit on the standings at the moment. 6th place, just the 3 points. You know that the teams above them are likely to continue to pick up points. And you kind of then look at the future schedule for Scars too. Going into next week, they play CAG, then they play Fear X, and then on the last day they play Trippy. So there's not really any easy games for Scars remaining. In fact, considering RRX is below them in the bottom 2, this is their last easy game for the rest of this stage. They must get the 3 points or their chance of playoffs will diminish greatly. We'll go to the vetoes for this match, best of 1, and see which map that we will be heading to. So far, Scars have gone 3 for 3 in terms of different maps. RRX did double up on Chalet yesterday. That was the second time playing it, immediately banned by Scars. Clubhouse will be the map played for these two. The first time either of them will see the map here for the stage.
Yeah, as is always the case when Clubhouse pops up, it's going to be a good opportunity for both teams to sort of test their fundamentals, test their structures. And you highlighted before some of the maps that they have experimented with so far, not particularly attached to the kind of style that is well rewarded on a map like Club. So with Scars starting out on defense, they'll be kept honest. It's certainly a map that is not super defender sided in most cases, especially with things opening up a little bit in terms of operator bans and how that typically is now playing out, especially in best of 1 format. So yeah, Scars will be kept on their toes here, and it's up to RRX to keep them honest.
All right, well, let's not wait any longer. The opening match of the night is ready. Huge match for Scars, must-win territory, but the same to be said as well for RRX. The 2 points that they acquired yesterday, they'd love to throw an extra 3 on top of that to close out on 5 points for the week and keep themselves in contention for playoffs. If they can't get a result here tonight, it's going to be a really difficult pathway to see them making playoffs. Both teams, this feels pivotal. Halfway mark of the stage. Not many chances remaining after this. A very difficult schedule ahead as well for Scars after this particular match. For RRX, they play Kenotrope next week, then D+, and then they do close with Can You Be My Enemy. So really the path forward, guys, would be win this series. You'd have to try and pinch one against Kenotrope or D+, and then certainly against the team on the very bottom of the standings, pick up a win there, and that's their path to a top 4 position. And it starts here now. Scars on defense, Clubhouse.
Yeah, the band's concluded as well. Kaid, Mirror, Thermite, and the Grim. So we won't see the double hard breach ban off the rip here. Instead, a bit of a focus on the information gathering potential from RRX. Interestingly, it's basement first, despite the Kaid and the Mirror ban. Both operators are super influential on this site, but again, as I touched on briefly before, it's not a case of defense being super favored these days, and even Cash falling out of favor, despite maybe rotating a little bit back in as of recent, and Jim can certainly pose problems as well. So RRX will be defending into this basement site first. The Scars look for a bit of comfort in terms of this defensive setup, though, and the lineup, the composition, with these operators selected, and some of the utility placement at the moment, indicative that we are going to see some level of offside play from them early in the round.
Naturally, it's always the case when you have a player that makes a big play like Akuza yesterday in the game that he kind of had. And really, I guess, the way he's performing, It puts emphasis on that individual to then have to continue to perform to that level. But I kind of look at it as RRX have got a lot of other players that can certainly rise to the occasion. Mao, Jinum, and Yu as well. They've been around a long time. So is this Scars roster, who are keeping it pretty compact at the moment. 4 down in basement. Nina actually lurking bar on the Denari. In fact, a little wipe at the forehead, so he doesn't feel as if he's got too much pressure on him at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of drone work at the moment from RRX. Limited though, mainly to the top floor is Jinum solo dirt at the moment, although it does have a Kuzu in tow, close behind. Looking to try and layer pressure on towards the defense early here from dirt. But it's been pretty well thought of there by the defense, who can now stall out time with the gas babes of the smoke. However, all have been used. And so in a moment's time, RX should be able to poise themselves for another push. Fishlock doing a good job up close.
Oh, pistol shot from Jinum connects. Well, that just felt like a stalemate up until that moment. At least from Fishlock, he did use all these gas babes, like you mentioned. Duo, though, with the other shield. The Blackbeard trying to push through blue. Good combo, though. A double stack for Scars. Sees them net that kill. Deals with the threat. Deals with Yu as well, who needed to push with Duo. But untimely. And the Nitro from Yuki is connected, and from there, so did the second. Scars able to take the opening round despite what seemed like a decent little start for RRX. They got the opening kill through the shield player, the Monty, but then the rest of Scars kicked into gear.
Yeah, the first initial layering of that attack was pretty clean, and I think the game plan there of looking to avoid the roam, hit direct, exploit the Monty, which is available, is certainly not the worst of decisions. They drew out a lot of the smoke util early. Nice pick onto Fish-like. But that's only half the battle won. Trying to enter that in towards Armory, it's exposed to so many positions that Scars were able to reposition to and anchor effectively. They were well rewarded there with the round win. And I think they'll be pretty pleased in being able to withstand a lot of that pressure early in the round. Didn't lose too much for free. Expended a lot of that utility before dying. Pretty positive start to their campaign here on Club, and it's over to bedroom for the second round.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're X as well, you kind of look at that sort of round and think there were some possibilities. Maybe if Yu and Duo could have synced up a bit better, pushing in towards blue, they could have made it that a little bit more of an attempt. Don't mind the strategy with the dirt push, or the dirt and blue push as a combo. And clearly, Scars were switched on, hit their Nitro Cell as well. Kind of a strange one when you get the opening kill with a pistol from the Monty, and that's the only kill you get for the round. Wreck with the 3. Yukiz with the 2. Sees us head to gym bedroom for the second round.
Mag change. Device positioned.
Yeah, a lot of util clearance potential for RRX in the round. The Ace and the Flores combo. Intrigued to see how they look to utilize the Capital as well here, if that's for layering utility in towards the site, likely for the gym posture, or maybe they invest early over towards rafters, try and net an early pick, and then trade out the round. Couple of options available here, and they'll poke over towards Kennels early here with the double primary hard breach. Summer gets eaten up there by the battery. Pretty simple and straightforward to follow that up. Nina over towards Con.
There's a Nitro from Nina as well that connected onto Yu.
Yeah. That may compromise his position a little bit. Does have the one line scan left. No grenades though, so he can probably just look to play frontline for a trade later in the round. Not too much of a problem. As it's a full pivot here from RX. They're not going to commit through Kennels here. Instead may posture for Logic Drop, Jacuzzi Pressure Gym. We'll see what they ultimately go for.
I kind of feel like they spent a little bit too long lingering around this Kennels breach side, even with the Akuzu Flores there opening up a bit of a better hole in towards Cash. This is the kind of stuff you really should have done a minute ago. Maui catches Nina lurking main stairs. Good start again for RX as they're able to get the opening kill 2 rounds straight. The second round as well, Nina's gone for some kind of a lurk away from the rest of the defense. Yuki is now positioned a little bit more aggressively, didn't opt for the pre-fire into the flashbang, and he will lose his life, and so will Washoi. This time, RX are combining. Wreck as well goes down. It's only Fishlike left. Double knockdown onto Ikuzu and Duo. So it's down to Jim and Maui as the duo against Fishlike, and Maui catches him trying to run out of Jim. RX are on the board. That's a really solid round on Jim Bedroom.
Yeah, there's a lot of posturing and staging of the round, but they were able to make it work. I don't think that the Kennel side hit probably achieved as much as they would have liked. It didn't draw Scars out, didn't really flush them out either, because Scars themselves spent the largest portion of that round pretty static on site, anchoring, turtling, playing very defensively, not wanting to give away too much free. And ultimately, they kind of bit them in the back a little bit when you're a player down. Good entry pick over towards main stairs. Defense a little unsettled. Bathroom was well pressured. A poor position there was caught out by RRX, who from that point forward were able to isolate the defense really nicely, make those entry rats that were opened earlier effective. So I think from a strategic standpoint, RRX in the opening 2 rounds have proven themselves to be pretty switched on here on club. Execution in round 1 wasn't the best, and Scars and their anchor work was strong, but RX able to prove there in the second round that they can deal with those anchors going forward. At least they're on Jim. We go over to CC for the follow-up with a pretty similar lineup here for the attack.
Yeah, and I should mention neither of these 2 teams have played Clubhouse for some time. In fact, Scars, the last time they played it was back in April. They lost at 4-7 to D+ Kia, so you kind of put an asterisk to that. They're a very high-quality opposition. A 1-1 record for RX. Last time they won it was against Can You Be My Enemy. That was 70 days ago, so back in April for these 2. And again, for Scars, this is their 4th play day, 4th different map. Really experiencing the depth of their map pool. As we see Duo and the Maverick, we go back a couple of years in time and see what he can do with the wall. Obviously not as difficult these days because it's a little messy at the top if it was many years ago. That Nitro does go a little too far, but damage on the Duo is successful from Nina.
Oh no. Okay, he got it. Yeah, it's a little less cumbersome now. The torch doesn't need to be cooled down as frequently. So Kennel's opened up, but there's posturing and pressure on the opposing side of the map from RRX. Secondary is able to open in through Logi to Con. 3-stack this side. 1 exterior Con. And Akuzu will remain on the roof for now. So shaping up to commit for the Con side hit at the moment, midpoint of the round. RX, though, have shown a willingness to flip-flop late in the round and go for opposing pushes, but pretty committed at this point. And Scars, a lot of experience, should be pretty well prepared for this. It's looking like a good front-facing defense.
And the timing of this round has also been impeccable. There's still 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, and they're already now putting pressure in towards the side, but it goes the other way. And RX wanted to finally open up and try and see if they can pin down some of these defenders. It's Scars. They got the opening 2 kills. Needed that from Duo. Pissed Atlanta can from Mawu. I mean, he has been performing well with the Monty, but again, they lose 2 quickly. And despite all of this setup, they've just lost too many too quickly. I mean, quite honestly, there was 1 minute and 10 seconds left when they finally got into a position where they could start to really utilize that Maverick and get some opportunities inside to find picks. That is, pacing-wise, really good. Scars were just able to react really quickly and hit the shots.
Yeah, it was RX versus Fishlike in that round. He was anchoring that cash position perfectly. The Maverick made that spot essentially unplayable, yet he was able to push forward, net a kill, was later flushed out by the Rotero from Flores. Again, probably should have been then a kill for RX, but he responded onto the shield and got that one as well. I believe he netted at least 3 in the round. Strategically, again, from RRX and the positions they had and the sort of posturing that they were making and the utility that they executed upon all looked good. Mechanically at match, though, in that round by one rogue defender. There's the first. And whilst Nina got caught, Fishlike responded right there. Flushed out by the Rotero, but still able to net that kill. They just couldn't flush him out from that position. Arguably could have maybe tried to introduce some kind of vertical element to the push to flush from below, or I don't think the Flores play was particularly bad. They just simply lost the gunfight, which unfortunately can sometimes be the case in this game. All the strategy in the world, but it can fall apart at the seams at times, and we've seen that now on a couple of occasions for RRX. Down back to basement.
10 seconds remaining.
Anticipating them to probably play into the map clear this time.
And sometimes those can be the hardest things to really get learnings from, because they did a lot right in that round. So when you walk away and you think, well, gee, we did kind of a lot right, and yet we got absolutely obliterated. Now, those are the most demoralizing sort of rounds. And if you lose rounds because you know, oh yeah, we messed this up, we didn't quite time this right, we could have done this better. Yeah, you can salvage those for future. Sometimes you just got to take that one on the chin and say, yeah, Scar's good job, hit some good shots. Move on to the next one. To be honest, for RRX, they probably only need the 2 attacking rounds. They've already got 1. Back down to basement we go. Last time Nina lurked over towards bar. This time he's at the side entrance, and you've got Rec top red stairs. Scars are happy to just show a little bit of presence here around the map. Imagine for Rec, though, he's got the path back down to basement, courtesy of Yuki's in secret. So it's pretty common. Little hold top red, either contact, get rid of some drones, and then rotate back down.
We are now protected.
As designed, Tiba activated. Reloading.
Yeah, a lot of time remaining, of course, in the round. And we'll keep a keen eye on Nina for the remainder of it, in a position to be devastating on the flank. No dedicated flank watch operators such as Nomad or Gridlock in play here from RRX. We once again are going to posh to dirt. This time, though, without the ball
this should be a
banned
kill.
out.
No.
Jitten doesn't quite catch it. A little awkward there. Smoke utility now deployed to stall out this push. I think the onus is going to be on the rest of the team here of the attack of finding an opening. They can't be fully reliant on dirt finding that opening, that early pressure. You can see some posturing on the opposing side through blue side, and I think if they can time the crunch here, it might work.
Kuza just trying to go and push. Knows he's trapped in the corner. Gets the kill onto Fishlike. Went for another peek. They get yet another opening kill. They've absolutely dominated in this area on the attacking side of Clubhouse. And this time around, Fishlike did have some gas babes still left in the arsenal, so they've lost him and his very useful delay. But this is where you've got to make sure you communicate properly as a team. The timings are important. Jitten can't go in too early by himself. They need to get that pressure from blue. Yu laying out some of his utility. They lost Mal. 1-for-1 trade to find, though, of your RX, and they get Yu to find the kill onto Ashoy. Down to Yukiz and Nina. Nina, of course, rotating in late. He pushes in from blue. There's one. Shield up for Duo. They've lost to Kuzu. It is indeed only Duo. The Kuzu needed to win his battle against Yukiz inside of Arsenal, and as soon as he lost it, put Duo on an island by himself, and Scars capitalize again.
Yeah, it feels like they have a big stack of get-out-of-jail-free cards stacked up and ready to go for this matchup, and they're deploying them round after round. RRX sensing that they're so close yet so far in this map so far, will call their one and only tactical timeout. And there's been, I think, a lot of positives for them. It's just the small 1%ers, the small moments in a lot of these rounds are compounding, and where Scars are finding a way to disrupt or having a player, an individual step up and make a play. I haven't quite had that same ability so far over the course of Clubhouse so far. I'd be intrigued to know what they'll discuss over the break, how much of it is strategic versus mental, because I think the strategy has been pretty sound.
Good.
It's a lot of it is just execution based, and again, as is always the case typically here on Clubhouse, that's where you will be exposed, and it's only fine margins. It's a very small percentage swing towards Scars, but when you're on defense, when you have a bit of momentum, that can sometimes lead to results that blow out and may not be fully reflective of how close the two teams actually were.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
2 rounds to go in the half. 3-1 lead for Scars. It's a 3-1 lead in terms of opening kills to RRX. They just haven't really been able to do as well late into the rounds. Again, you only need the one more round, most likely. On out on Jim Bedroom pretty comfortably last time back in the second round. Mao got himself a 3K. They had 3 alive at the end of it. Could it be Jim Bedroom once again to be the round for RRX? Again, the kind of stakes in this match, both teams desperately needing the win, desperately needing the 3 points. The loser of this, for all intents and purposes, I don't know if the loser of this will make playoffs. Scars have got an incredibly difficult run home. RRX, not easy, but they do get to still play Can You Be My Enemy. But also, they've only got the 2 points, courtesy of yesterday's overtime win. Ishlight goes onto the clash. There's been a lot of shield play from RRX, but they drop it this round. And funnily enough, Scars now bring their own shield for the first time.
Now, I'll be intrigued to see how effective the clash ends up actually being in this round. Will typically be strongest when into a frontline shield from the attack, but certainly not the case here, as RRX elect not to reintroduce the Blitz into the comp, which we have seen previously, but hasn't certainly been a mainstay. And the Monty unavailable after the 4th round, or into the 4th round. Ying utility deployed early here, and Fish like momentarily blind. Cash now vacated. As RX take this ground, and the question will be, how do they ultimately try and deal with this clash?
I don't mind the early usage of these Candelas, though, when you've got a Jaeger and a Warden combo anyway for the late round. Jinim's usage of the Candelas late, they're not going to be as effective. It'll be quite minimal. So it's better to be used to take this space nice and early, get the cash control, get into con, and then really just get yourself into the best position to actually set up for the execute. In theory, double stack Logi is the play for Scars with the Warden and the Clash. Nita kind of protecting Fishlake, who can then look in towards con. It's a good little setup, but it means for RX, if they want to break this, they might need to get some Logi pressure. Yuki's getting good info as well, main stairs. 55 seconds. RRX last time really was that Jacuzzi breach. Might be again.
40 seconds. A couple of Candelas remain.
And Glass is active.
Clash means that they can't really easily push through con. Big reliance on the gym crunch here. But it doesn't work out as they crumble. Oh, they quickly flip it though. 2-2.
Yeah, Jenim collected 2 very quick kills. Yuki is able to bring it back to a 2 versus 2. Huge round. Yuki gets his 3rd. We're short to finish. It's Scars that once again are able to see off the threat late in the round. It started well for them, and then Jenim found 2. Someone else found 1, and quickly it flipped. But as we've probably seen in, I feel like most of the rounds so far in this match, it's anytime into the last 20, 30 seconds of the round. That's Scars' domain. That's where they've been at their best. They close these rounds out perfectly. They do it again, and they've got a 4-1 lead. Now they have the opportunity to get to 5 at the half, which would set them up perfectly.
Yeah,
it's the kind of game where there's been opportunities for RRX.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just maybe with a little more experience, and maybe having at least one player with a little bit more of an X factor about them in this matchup. I know Kuzu was sharp early, but he's now found himself on 2 kills after the 5 rounds, and no one else has really kind of filled that void that has been present for them over the course of the stage. When he hasn't popped off, typically no one else really fills that gap, and I think they find themselves a little exposed here. Clubhouse, you certainly don't need an X factor player, but I think it would help in the kind of dynamic that we're seeing in this particular match. The Scars have been able to exploit that to a large degree. And just a little more clutch, a little more refined in some of these key moments. Looking confident inside of the server. And keeping in mind as well, RRX burning their tack timeout earlier. And that lack of conversion is going to make the rest of this match a real uphill battle for them. If Scars continue to sustain this momentum, it's going to be very difficult to break. There will be that opportunity at halftime, a couple of minutes, but the scoreline ends up shaping up 1-5. We know how damning those numbers will be for RRX, but equally a 2-4. Siege is a funny game, puts them in prime position to reverse fortune over the next few rounds as well. So a critical one here for the 6th. And an interesting starting position here from Nina over towards Bar early here for the cash defense.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of been this lurk role the entire half. Every round, doesn't matter the side. I like that strategy for Scars, though. They kind of have the set 4, and then Nita gets to do kind of what he wants. I mean, I don't think he's gotten a whole lot of success from these kind of lurks, but it does give them the extra little advantage at points in the round if it goes their way because of where he's positioned. And it's not like RX themselves, as he gets caught, funnily enough, by Akusu. I was going to say, it's not like RRX have been going for any fast hits either, so you can afford to maybe have one off site. This time it certainly does not work out. But as we've seen so many times in this half, Scars have just got the ability to win these fights on site. Must win round for RRX. They've got to get to number 2. New Kid slips out of garage and goes to lounge.
Well, Cam. Could be a freebie here for Akuzu if he lands the pre-fight. Oh, the
Checks
timing, though.
He took the time to check it again.
Didn't
So
back
now he's
himself.
lost sight of him. Now he's not sure as he fully ran away. He just holds the angle, hits the headshot, but Scars are winning the battle in sight. So Kuzu, despite getting that entry into lounge and getting that kill, it did not matter. The rest of the team fell apart on the site. It's a 5-1 lead for Scars.
I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here.
Well, a very dominant half for Scars. 5-1 on the defense clubhouse. They set themselves up now as they go into the attack. Definitely the better of the two teams, but there's been a lot to like for RRX. Despite only one round win, they got 4 opening kills, only converted on one of them, though, unfortunately. Had good opportunities. Ultimately, really where that half, I think, was won and lost was the actual on-site execute fights. Everything up until those points, usually RRX were doing quite well. Thought they had good time management, clearly good strategies. It's just the execution really let them down. And I think you said it earlier, but maybe a bit more experience and certainly just needing a little bit more firepower. You could have seen a very different scoreline.
Yeah, replay package of that previous round. Nina with a strange lurk down below was caught. But RX losing again some key jewels elsewhere. And it left Akuzu in an awkward position below. I think if they had been a little more poised there at the end, allowed Akuzu in a position to start hitting top red as the rest of the team pushed con, probably could have been a different outcome. It's certainly not the case. And after a little bit of a sketchy start, Scars have done a good job here to consolidate. And I don't think that they're going to have too many problems in closing out this particular match. I don't expect it to drag
10
on
seconds remaining.
for too much longer.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I think, though, if it does end up being the expected blowout, it is going to be quite disappointing for RX. So I think certainly would have come into this match with the belief that they could probably actually go on and win and certainly not get blown out of the water.
As we know with Clubhouse, certainly on the defensive side, you always have the ability to get back into the game. The unfortunate part, though, of going defense second and giving up 5 in the first half is no real room for mistakes. Got to be pretty clinical. And the concern for me is the areas that RX did well in the first half was, the around the map play. It's a little bit more difficult to do that on the defense, where it's going to be a lot more of the on-site fighting, which was your weakness really in the first half. That's, of course, the difference being you're a little bit more set up in the better positions. They have to clear you rather than you them. So Shoy will enter through strip. No contest really from RRX, as despite these castle barricades, it's not really going to deter Scars. Although, frag grenade miss from Washoy. Does have another one.
Yeah, you do have to be quite precise, a little off one way or the other, and Castle will remain standing, and so I think he's been relegated to smacking down the one over towards Pool. And it does awkwardly give a sound cue across to the clash of Jinim on these main stairs, working with Maui. Red continues to probe over towards Blue. He almost called a timing earlier as Triple was reinforced, but not the case. So face-to-face contact now over towards main, and it could be the Monty into the clash, which is a fight that Scars don't really want to be taking shield into shield. One Smoke Babe remains, and the question then will be for the defense of RX, do you stay or do you try to peel back?
Right now they're happy to just keep fighting this battle main stairs, delay as much time as possible.
They got to burn the catch. And there's at least a couple of ADS devices here. I don't know if it's all 3. I think I spotted at least 2. So they can't just nade out these positions.
Well, Yukis is in a pretty good spot.
Oh, Nina's just going to push
on
Blue.
the rotate.
Oh,
He's going to get pushed all the way top main. It's a double push up from RRX. Maui even able to get himself back down. Jinim can then put pressure, and Maui says, yeah, I might come back for this. Frag grenade's going to force them back. Nina's sitting in blue at the moment. Just like into Arsenal, low on health on the Monty, can't just go for a plant. Not just yet, needs the help, finally gets it. Washoy through the kitchen hatch, able to get the kill onto Jinim. Maui has to make the decision, does he go for the kitchen fight? Well, he's already dropped. Washoy now into Arsenal as well. So it's a retake at least for Maui from this kitchen position to put some pressure on from above. 6 seconds remaining. Battle one from below by Washoy. Duo losing his life. Plank going down. Yu needs to deny this. He cannot. Scars have done it again. Late in the round on site. They go 6-1 up.
wow. Some really good problem solving and execution there at the end of the round. I think if they weren't in good form tonight, there's a world in which they panic, they try and force the kitchen plan, it gets denied from up above, and then it all falls in a heap. But we saw Fishlike find good reposition over towards Church side, and then Info or Instinct, not quite sure, didn't see in the moment, but Washoy contesting the Verp absolutely perfectly. He had huge influence in that round.
Locate and defuse bombs.
And I think as the map has progressed, Scars have only gotten sharper and sharper and been able to perform even better in these high pressure, tight rounds, and it's a massive difference maker. Again, the scoreline at the very top, 6-1, it feels a little unfair to RRX, but to be fair to them, Scars have been so refined in the late round that it really has exposed the team of lesser experience. And Scars now just one away
left
from
before
a
insertion.
dominant best of one result here tonight.
This doesn't really feel like a 6-1 game.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
You look at the multi-kills this game, though. Maui got that 3K back in the second round. That was the one round that they won. And for Scars, they've had 4 different multi-kill rounds. Rack, Fish like Yuki's, and Rashoi. So it's 4 of the 5 players as well. So you're getting a pretty good balance in terms of the workload from Scars. And evidently it just means clearly they've just got better firepower. The ability to get these multi-kills far more often than your opponent. Scars might just play with a little bit of vigor here in this match point round. They've got 5 opportunities to close this out. Might look to pick up the pace, get aggressive. They've got Nina on the Nook who can just lurk in towards into the site. Glaz play from Rek along with Fishlike on the Ying, I think will be their main win condition here in this round.
Yeah, the utility dump. Fishlake has kit. May look to try and pounce into sight. Maui also does find entry. Here's the Nook.
Yu won his battle, by the way. Needed that one.
Lost
his life though immediately after by Rek. Kukuzu falls down to the Deagle of Nina. And Jinam unfortunately cannot contest on the clash, and it's seemingly going to be 7-1 Scars as they are making their way towards playoffs. They needed a result such as this, and they do so emphatically. It doesn't seem like that momentum from yesterday's overtime win was able to spill into tonight, guys. For RRX, they are back, crash down to earth. They get decimated 7-1 from Scars. Needed this result, needed the 3 points. They got a difficult schedule ahead. We'll see if they can carry their own momentum into next week off this result.
Yeah, just clean across the board there from Scars, and against an RX outfit who strategically had some pretty good moments. I would probably describe them as brilliant on a couple of occasions, the way they tried to set up plays and tried to make Scars uncomfortable and often actually put them in pretty poor positions. But Scars showed really good resilience over the course of especially the first half, where they had to grind out some results, clutch up some big moments, and the kind of matchup where there were big moments shared by essentially everyone on the team. They all kind of stood up, hence why the stats are pretty well-rounded. And ultimately, they'll be very pleased with the full 3 points. They get this job done in a convincing fashion. And big test for them next week against both CAG and Fearex to see if this was a one-off or if they can actually translate this across to some of those more difficult opponents.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to Scars, clearly, and we've known the team for a very long time that they actually have the capabilities against the top teams in the region. They just haven't really been able to do it so far this stage in some of their earlier tests. You kind of look at the loss to Kinotrope 7-5. That's pretty close. Like, that's not a bad game. You didn't really get demolished. And then even really yesterday against E+, 7-5 as well. So it's kind of like in the first 2 tests for the stage, they didn't pass them, but they didn't really fail with an F. You know, it was just close games, didn't quite work out, best of ones. Those things happen. We got our interview. It's Leo who is coming into chat off of this result. Congratulations on the win. A decent start for you guys, well, I guess technically for the stage so far, but you haven't quite been able to, Leo, beat the top teams so far. D+, Kinotrope, who are having really good stages. What do you think is the difference when you're playing those top teams in the region versus the teams that maybe you've got a handle on?
Is a difference? Is a top team?
Yeah, what do you think the difference is?
Team concept is the difference between the top team and other team. So we pushed our style. We should push our style, but against the top team we can't do it. So it's the difference of against the top team, I think.
Unfortunately, next week you have CAG and Fearex. I guess, are you going to try and change your playstyle then against those top teams, or will you try and double down and see if you can make your own playstyle work?
We can anything. We can't change anything on our style, but we improved step by step last week and this week. So we believe our style and to be confident and played confidently. We should.
Leo, where do you kind of see the team at the moment in the APAC North region? Clearly, there's some really solid teams. There's only one spot in the region available. It's hotly contested. Do you feel like for your team, there's a bit of work to do to catch up to the likes of CAG? And if so, what work is needed to be done?
I'm sorry again?
In terms of catching up to the likes of CAG and D+ for Scars, how much work, like how far behind them do you really think you are?
How much far? It is close to the other top team, I think, but they did our skill, original skill, because we have enough team hierarchy history. How can I say? History is not enough, but step by step we can improve. So we can win the next week CAG and Fox VRX. I believe.
That's good. Good to have the confidence. Thank you so much, Leo, for coming on and chatting with us. Congratulations on the win and best of luck next week.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's got to be a level of agreement there, guys. They're probably not too far off, but there is certainly a gap when you kind of look at their results. 5-7, 5-7 losses against the likes of Kinotrope and D+. That they're a little bit behind the top, but they can overcome it. There's a big couple of games next week to get another test for them.
Yeah, the sentiment seems to be somewhat twofold, right? One element is strategy and whether or not this team and the strategies that they've got at the moment is going to be enough to take down the top teams. That's going to be interesting to see if we see major switch ups or if they try and double down and commit to that plan. And then the second half, as mentioned, there is kind of the mental element, right? They need to go in with a positive mindset, believe that they can get these results. And I think if Scars play at their very best and have a couple of players firing, there's every world in which they can be competitive against both of those rosters. CAG will probably after tonight still be looking to retain flawless, and VRX have had weaknesses as well. So I don't think it's impossible to see Scars win at least one of those games, and if they do, it would be a real shake-up for the standings as well.
Well, speaking of CAG, they are up next against Tribune Telecom. After the break, it's a big game for CAG. So far undefeated this stage. We'll see if they can keep that going.
Stage 1 where I played with Chiefs, and that was like my first proper team of like playing with like really good people like Oda, and obviously with Cairo and like Tex, and obviously Quiz. And I feel like that stage, playing with like very experienced people kind of made me nervous. I had to play to a standard. I kind of played worse, knowing that Jigsaw would come in mid-stage. I played bad, and then obviously Jigsaw came in and took my spot. But that was all definitely a learning lesson for me. After that, I was honestly done with Siege. It was a really huge butterfly effect, me joining EP. Randomly, I got shot a message by Harry, by Tuan, and he just basically said like, you playing? Like, we need you right now. I was like, you know, do I really want to play Siege again? I don't know if we're gonna make it. Like, there's obviously Chiefs still playing, there's like GG, and we're like this third, like I'm thinking in my head like a third team. I'm not getting paid a lot of money. These like players that I wanted to play with, like Fisher, Tuhan, and Bappin, and obviously Relays, not fully committed at first, but then I was really drawn to it, like playing Siege again, you know, proving myself. I think that was the biggest thing. I wanted to prove myself again after Chiefs and show that like I can compete, I am good. My first impressions playing like under EP in that stage, I knew shit was like serious in terms of with Fisher guy, Tuhan, and just like the seriousness of the team. I knew I had to like put my head down and work. My first game was against, it was like a BO3 I think, against Ludovico. I'm pretty sure on Chalet, I proved to myself that like beyond compete, I can like beat these teams. And I think that really put my confidence up. Obviously with the support of like, with Tuhan, Bappin, and Relays and Fish, like they definitely helped me a lot. Having that confidence for me to be the best player in Australia. I think with the stats, I was looking at it a lot. Obviously, being a really competitive team at that time, being number one obviously meant a lot in regards of like me only playing playoffs. I wanted to stay there. Like I wanted to just not go like, this is just a one game thing. Like I wanted to stay there. Came GG after Ludovico. This was when we needed to really prove ourselves. I think this was like, honestly, one of the biggest games of my career, obviously being international or going international, but this was what it really meant. Like this is what it came down to, really proving myself with this like European super team, whatever. Like, and obviously being the rivals at the time, who's going to go to the major. Like this was a game that was really meant for me. I'll share it to my friends, to my girlfriend at the time, and all my family, and we put a lot of work into beating them, and we did, and I was really happy with the way I played. And I remember like very clearly, like I knew they were all watching. My girlfriend at the time was in my living room watching as well. As soon as we won, as soon as I killed Croxon in that 1v1, I knew like this is like my dreams coming true. Having a 1v1 against Croxon to win this whole series, like this is what I dreamt of as a kid, and all of Australia watching it at one time, 2 Titans versus each other. And I remember I rushed out my door and I was like we won, like this is crazy. Like I feel like a celebrity. So many people in Australia watching, and we beat the Titan. That was kind of like where it started, I think, for me. I can be the best player in Australia. And then obviously after that came the rematch against Ludovica for the finals. We won it for the EWC. Just winning it was just, honestly, it didn't feel real to me. I am in the best team in Australia. Now I'm going to like an event. Everything I've worked for came up to this moment. I finally actually won it. I stayed number 1 on the stats. Jigsaw obviously deserved it as well. Having that name for myself and like proving that I can be one of the best in Australia. The Melbourne event just meant a lot for me. Obviously after like the upset, EWC, obviously the run didn't really go well for us. The Melbourne major or the event was just definitely my favorite event, 100%. Just after everything that happened, after everything that went down, and playing in front of like a crowd, I knew these people like from the community, and like seeing face to face, them watching me is like incredible. I want to win it for them. I felt like it was in my hands to represent Australia. We lost the first map against PSG. I was kicking myself in the head. I was like, no, I don't want to lose this. Like, we cannot be doing this in front of the home crowd. We needed to change something. And I remember after the loss, like I remember it very accurately. I walked with Oda to the bathroom and he would tell me like, you guys really need to put your heads in and really focus up. If you want to make this major, all eyes are on us at that time, and we can't like just stay here and like not go to this major. Came to the next map, it was Bank, and we absolutely destroyed them. That was just a big confidence boost for us. Like we can lose them in a map and just destroy them in the second map. Like, and obviously came the last map on Clubhouse. I think this is the map where I was really in that flow state. Like I couldn't even notice the crowd, I couldn't notice anyone, and I just wanted to just do it and win it. Came that round where I think it was past overtime and it was match point for us. We were like in a really sticky situation. PSG kind of had the whole map. I needed to make a play. I remember Blackbeard went through the church wall. I think Harry killed him. I got that 3k with a deagle, and every kill I got, there was just screaming from the crowd and yelling after every kill. I was just so in that state. And I remember the best feeling from like all of Siege, I would say, after that 3k and knowing that I made a play to win the round. And when that last guy was coming down, I was very like, even before we killed him, Harry started screaming and then he died, and then everyone just started screaming, and I just stood up and I just felt like I did it. Best feeling ever. All my friends were watching, everyone was watching, everyone in Australia was watching, and we like beat an international team to make a major. I think playing internationally, like over the year, basically only one Australian team is like going to these events. We're representing Australia. We showed hints of potential. Beating Weibo and taking a map off Fura, like there was this potential that we could do better for Australia. And obviously there were peaks of happiness where it's like, yeah, I'm finally here. I'm finally on this stage where I'm representing Australia. But the guilt of loss as we were representing Australia, like it definitely took a toll, because what's the point of us making it these majors if we can't even compete? I feel like it definitely took a toll on all of us in the team, having this regret of playing bad, and also this low self-esteem, and like, do we even have like the potential to even pursue this? And I feel like that's like kind of what started in the roster changes for sure.
So we return for our second match of the evening. We turn our attention now to CAG versus Tribute Main Telecom. It's a CAG roster, Guz, that is clearly firing so far this stage, undefeated through their opening first 3 play days with a pretty good round differential as well. They're going to be difficult to stop, but certainly not counting Tribute Main Telecom completely out of this matchup. Maybe a little bit akin to our opening match where there's a pretty decent favoritism for CAG, but certainly giving their opposition a chance at an upset.
Slim, I think, would probably be the fairest way to
chance is a chance.
This matchup. A chance is a chance. Let's look ahead at the CAG roster, and I think the most interesting takeaway for me is the way in which they've actually sort of approached this stage from a preparation standpoint, and that being that there is little to no preparation specifically in terms of opposition. They're very much going in, treating these matches as sort of official scrims, and rightly or wrongly, it's served them well so far. Currently, the only undefeated team in the league is 7-5 over D+, 7-0 RRX, and then yesterday rounded that off with a 7-3 over FearX. So they're clearly in good form. They're playing well as a unit. I haven't really seen anything stand out as being too much of a major weakness for them. And I think very much like the match has gone by in this particular stage, and most notably probably that RRX result back last week. They go into this sort of lopsided matchup and expect to get it done as quickly as possible. In fact, that RRX matchup, which is probably the closest in terms of similarity to Trippy on skill level, that was a clean 7-0. And so sure, I think Trippy deserves some respect in how they've played the stage so far, and I don't expect a 7-0 in this matchup. I do anticipate CAG to go in and be pretty ruthless tonight. 7-1, 7-2, that kind of realm, I think, is their kind of goal. That's where I'd be putting them at the moment.
I mean, it's also what CAG are just known to do historically, dominate the APAC North region, go overseas and do nothing. Their goal will be to go overseas and change the nothing into something. We'll go to their opponents though. Tribune Telecom, again, you're not giving them too much of a chance, guys, but when you look at the team on paper, they are of course names that we've seen for many years now, talented individuals, and maybe just not quite at the peak of their powers at the moment, but it's not as if it's been an awful stage by any means. They did, of course, beat Can You Be My Enemy 7-3 back on the opening Playday. It was the D+ game that was really disappointing, getting 7-0'd back on Playday 2. And while they did ultimately lose to RRX, it was in overtime 8-7, so they were able to at least get 1 point from that game, and pretty close to maybe getting at least a 2. That would have still put them in a pretty decent place. You look at their schedule ahead, well, CAG today, then FearX, then Kinetro, then Scars. So there are still going to be some games where they'll be underdogs maybe in all of those, but certainly there will be opportunities if they can play to their best.
Yeah, they've certainly shown enough, in my opinion, to be a contender for sort of 4th, 5th, 6th, that kind of range. I don't think they'll be fighting themselves out of a bottom 2 position towards the end of the stage. They've shown enough against that level of opposition, but unfortunately, I suppose, had that game covered alongside Nick. We casted that one last week, that 7-0 on board, and they just got completely manhandled across the map. And I think that border is probably the kind of map that isn't necessarily going to suit this team and where they are situated right now. And so I'm going to be quite anticipated to see what the map ends up being. The veto, in fact, is actually ready, so we could jump straight to it. They played Chalet last night, and in their opening match of the stage, it was Fortress as well. So 3 unique maps for them so far, and it's looking like it may be a 4th, as Nighthaven Labs is the remaining map, and Trippy to begin on defense.
First time seeing Nighthaven Labs, by the way, for this stage in APAC North. This is going to be its first opportunity to be seen. Last time played for CAG was back in kickoff, lost at 6-8 to D+ Kia. Tribune Telecom, of course, we haven't seen them play it for quite some time. Would have been back on a previous organization, so not anytime soon. Nighthaven Labs, of course, starting on defense usually gives you a pretty good opportunity. So for Tribune Telecom starting defense labs, yeah, it kind of puts them into a position where they can actually get some rounds out of this. I know, guys, you were saying 7-1, 7-2 kind of territory for CAG. That's a little bit more difficult to achieve when you've got Tribune Telecom starting on defense, as we can get into our second game of the night. CAG, of course, looking to keep their stage flawless. 3-0 so far, looking to make it 4. Tribune Telecom, could they pull off a huge upset? And if they did so, it would actually jump them up into second temporarily.
Yeah, we don't have to look too far abroad to see big upsets over the course of APL so far for Stage 1. OS has certainly had its fair share, and maybe it's time for APAC North to jump in on the action. I still find it very difficult to envision a world in which CAG do not go on to win this map. And again, I want to reiterate that I'm expecting it to be quite a dominant result. The asterisk being that Labs, certainly in comparison to the 7-0 Demolition on Border, is the kind of map that should lean itself into being a little closer. It's going to be, I think, more difficult for CAG to take that firm grip of the map, and especially when they translate over to defense, it's much more challenging to completely shut out a team from the map in terms of taking control, etc. as well. So we'll see if that ends up hindering or favoring Tribune Telecom. They'll be the ones on defense here to try and set the tone and establish a lead at the halftime break. The bans for the first half, Kaid Bandit, and on the side of attack, Ying Nomad.
Not gonna lie, I'm just kind of staring at DD's camera at the moment in the bottom left. I don't know if we can pull that up and go full cam, because he not only has got a wonderful attire on. So apparently on Twitter he tweeted out that he's got a friend's wedding to attend to. So he's apparently going to win as fast as possible for the after party. And
He's
then
committed.
he's also got a very nice looking background setup. I'm not going to lie. So the man is looking quite dapper at the moment. We'll see what CAG can do on the attack. Of course, Triple Telecom starting on defense. Getting to go straight to the top floor and see what they've got. I mean, I feel like Nighthaven Labs is the kind of map where if the defense is getting shredded top floor and basement pretty quickly and the attack is getting a lot of rounds, it's usually a pretty telltale sign that it's going to end up being a bit of a demolition job. So for Triple Telecom, I think the first 2 rounds are going to be so important. Must win, get off to a good start, set the tone that you're not going to be a pushover on this map. Defensively, the CAG are going to have to work really hard on the attack. They're going to bring the Glass this round with Anderton. Apatow as well for utility. Grim for some information. Double hard breach for DD Man and Zaka. Was formerly R. Cully. Already IT opened up for Anderton to just sit. They'll probably rotate over towards meeting. Open that as well. And these days, Nighthaven Labs has probably gotten to the point in its lifespan where it's pretty figured out.
Yeah, for Chippy, it's going to be all about making CAG work for every moment of the round. Don't give away too much space for free, and certainly don't give away picks for free by taking unnecessary risk. Always a delicate balance, though. Don't want to forfeit too much map control, and that's where CAG will, I think, try to break this defense apart by kind of claim that control and force awkward plays. The IT breach here, to note, certainly not ideal for CAG. That could compromise them a little here on the entry. Stronghold over with rafters as well to contend with. The impact from Demic doesn't quite hit the mark, and so CAG have been able to resolve those issues pretty swiftly over towards Breach. Good work from NL over towards Con, trying his best to counter the ace, although I think that eventually will land for CAG. So the hard Breach util game has been strong for the attack early here.
Kyle just setting up the keeper barriers, keeping control of rafters. Yeah, losing streak's not ideal, but the main win con for CAG might come from Anderson, and he gets dealt with by Demic. Shield down. How does that hit the headshot? Chipasu goes down, and so far so good for Tripman Telecom, and it's not like they're just winning this round based on CAG going for an execute. They're getting aggressive here. Opens up the ability for Zaka to find a pick over towards Con. 2 versus 4 though, with 40 seconds left on the main site of Nighthaven Labs. Is not going to be easy for DD and Zaka.
Oh, maybe DD can creep here, but yeah, unfortunately he's held on the cross. Zaka the last one standing, and it is a positive start to Labs for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want. I mean, if you lose that top floor opening round, CAG run all over you, it's going to be a long match. You've got to be winning these kind of rounds. It's a good win in the sense that not only have you won the round, but you did so quite convincingly. So for Triple Telecom to win in that fashion, to me, says I think we might have a good game here. Now I'm going a little early because it's top floor Labs defense. But if they can put some rounds on the board, even at worst, if it's a 3-3 it just means clearly then CAG aren't going to win this 7-1, 7-2. And that's clearly what you don't want if you're TMT. And you want to build the confidence. And again, the beauty of kind of starting on defense on a map like this. This will be the next big test, though. Basement and how they want to play it. So kind of aggressive on the top floor. Will they opt to play an aggressive roam-style defense as well for Triple Telecom? And if so, there are good opportunities for CAG. You've got the Solid Snake available, the Dockerby's available, you've got the Deimos available. The Sharif's started with Solid Snake, now going Deimos. They're not going to double up. They do want to bring that soft breach potential with Zaka on the Ram, plus the shield play from Anderton, now going for the Blitz. So hard breach, soft breach, shield, Deimos combo, and then Chibisu on the floor. As there is quite a decent amount of utility for the Roteros to deal with. So a decent looking lineup for CAG. Tripman Telecom so far all around the map.
Spec you active. Looking for intel.
Yeah, looking to get very active in this round. The Mute and the Solace combination. We'll see how much of an impact this may have for the info gathering potential of CAG. They do have the Deimos available. Dokkaebi also available, not banned out. Equally, though, not selected in this particular round. CAG looking to start top down. Ultimately, we'll be looking to activate the vert from the Ram. Question will then be for Chippy Bay and Telecom how long they wish to stay up above. The blitz of the Anaton, one of the best shield players in the world, already starting to layer pressure onto this defense. Oh, Harper almost gets caught there on the Fenrir. But a pretty efficient clear from CAG.
Chance of the window. Harper comes off worse though. Up close the blitz. Giles gonna have to force themselves back down blue stairs. Hannington with the pistol is sharp and quick. Decent start from CAG this round into the clear. So far, so good. Deathmark activated onto Demic over towards Cargo. CAG's pacing this round has been really lively, especially into this roam setup from Trippy Main Telecom. The side is rather vulnerable. Demic's still wanting to push back up Cargo stairs to help out Damali. With CAG having the numbers now, they can opt to put more pressure towards the site. Good info onto Damali, running around cafe and vending. Zaka from above. Boogie Auto Breach is doing their job, opening up the floorboards, and Demic will fall, courtesy of the Rams. Still a minute remaining as well. I don't know if these Yokais are going to be enough to defend the round on.
Yeah, unlikely. Should be fairly easy to deal with here from this point on from CAG. The hard part of the round is over, and they'll have to win that fight. Obviously tricky. But Anaton able to cross, able to stick that plant. No yokai available to deny, and Sharif nets the kill onto Echo. Damali will try his best, 4 to find. Under pressure from the blitz, and Anaton converts. CAG doing a much better job there in the second round.
I mean, it's 1-1 scoreline, but Trippy Main Telecom, for me, so far, this is a decent start, and they don't look like a team that's scared of CAG. They're happy to take the fights. They're happy to be expressive, roam around the map on a basement site, which you typically want to do that. Teams that don't do that usually, in some ways, while the World Cup is on, are parking the bus. Well, they tried to take this fight on all the way up top blue stairs. They had a lot of first floor pressure as well. CAG, though, just read into it pretty easily. Good drone work, and they were able to win all of the fights around the map. Pretty comfortable for CAG in that second round. Control storage up next. And this tertiary site is, I mean, I don't even know if I would consider this a true tertiary site these days. It's genuinely, when it's played well, it's an off branch of commanded server, just with the added ability that the attack could try and slip in for a fast hit, typically storage. It's not a gimme for the attack, but it's also not as fortified and as strong for the defense. It's a really, really nice site. Harper prepared for the long-range pistol towards the window. And they're definitely showing a lot of presence as a defending team on this map.
Interested to see if CAG again can effectively leverage the blitz in this round, and then what that may pose going forward, whether or not we see Trippy take the shield out. And I think upon reflection, probably a little intriguing that we didn't see at least one of them banned out pre-match. Given just how comfortable Anaton is, and he will always take the opportunity, or at least 9 times out of 10 take the chance if available to play one of those primary shields. They do bring the Clash counter though into this round, TMT, so we'll see if that is of any impact. Trying to contest some of the exterior map control at the moment. I like this. It's looking positive from the defense. Pretty static at the moment. CAG not doing a lot currently to dislodge, but they do push forward. Charles gets caught. Demic falls as well. And a little like dominoes, this defense has completely capitulated.
Yeah, I mean, CAG are reading, though, that Triple Main Telecom want to be a little aggressive here on the defense, so they're holding back a little bit, good angles. TNT are going to have to change up their strategy, try and be less predictable in some ways, and this is sometimes the problem with being a little bit too aggressive at times. And CAG have kind of just sat back, held angles, picked the right moments, picked the right times to go in. Flawless. Round 2 easy for CAG. That's the difficult part of this, and the kind of beauty of this game. It's not as clear cut. You can't just be the better shooting team. Something might work in the opening round that isn't then therefore going to work over the next 2 rounds. It's all about adapting. Now, CAG have adapted pretty quick after that opening round loss. 2 straight. They take out both basement and the tertiary. Top floor, of course, is coming back. As the bans come through, it's the Clash and the Blitz. So Shield and Shield ban. As we head back to command and server. And again, this is where it comes down to adaptation for CAG. There's a pretty high likelihood that they will change up their attacking ethos here in the 4th round. And so much so, Anaton onto the Monty.
Yeah, one option gets shut out, and he goes to the second best. I think as this half continues to develop, a lot of the success for Triple Main Telecom is going to hinge on if they can find a way to deal with the pressure that Anaton is layering. It's not just the kills that he's finding, but it's the space, it's the info. And we saw it just before, Anaton kind of spearheaded the push over towards top aqua, how well set and prepared, and they looked like they had a really good chain there, the defense, but as soon as the first domino fell, the rest kind of snapped pretty aggressively and weren't able to recover position back up above. So it's a little concerning how the match is starting to develop. It's still very early, and evidently still quite close, but can't help but shake the feeling that at least outside of top floor, TMT might have some issues for the remainder of this first half.
Well, the issues are going to be compounded if they lose this round, isn't it? You're kind of then forced into a position of having to repeat the best site, or where do you go? A site, any other site choice? You haven't won those. And they've been won pretty comprehensively by CAG, 4 alive, and of course flawless on control storage. For what it's worth, this is the exact same lineup for TMT. They've just lost the Clash as it got banned out. They bring in the Tuberau. So Clash to Tuberau, I don't think really strengthens Triple Main Telecom. On the flip side for CAG, it's a pretty different lineup. They do bring the Ace and the Grim. Glaz is now replaced by the Monty. The Castle replaced by the Zofia. Like, we don't see Zofia as much these days. More of a every now and then kind of pick. And the Capitao replaced by the Deimos as well from Sharip. So to me, this kind of suggests CAG are going to definitely come in with a different game plan. Sharip already on that first floor. He'll look to put pressure on from below. Nitrocell thrown from quite a distance from NL and only gets a micro damage onto Anaton. Eats up that Nitro. Another one already expended by Demic. So no Nitrocells remaining for Triple Main Telecom halfway through this 4th round.
Another Rafters hold in play here for TMT. Much like last time, CAG doing a pretty good job in dealing with hard breach. The entry, though, is where they had problems last time, and so again, I think they'll look to leverage the Monty a little bit more here. They have the Deimos and the Grim to try and layer a bit more pressure, potentially aid them in some information gathering as well. Here is Anaton.
Oh, it's easy kill.
Is in a pinch. Ooh. This should be a kill.
Good Gas Babe. Well, the Gas Babe has denied Shibitsu the ability to swing the doorway.
Yeah.
If that Gas Babe didn't get thrown out, he's just straight dead. Zaka finds the opening pick anyway onto NL. That was over towards Connector, other side of the map. Pressure from Sharip down below in control. I'm starting to dwindle ever so slightly, and they do get rid of Zaka over towards Connector. Anaton has to get out of that Gas Babe. There's no more remaining, though, from Damali. No utility left for the defense. They'll be holding positions, gun up and ready. Damali sensing pressure towards blue. One up, one below. Sharip hits the headshot.
Yeah, sharp. 15 seconds on the clock. Can TMT sustain?
Oh, Sharip, good headshot onto Shael. who didn't want to try and pepper too much into Anderton, expecting someone else to be from behind. Check over towards blue, but no one on the rotate because there's a double stack server. Plant successful. Chibisu easy clear onto Harper, and it's going to be 3-1 as CAG will break top floor on their attack. It's 3 straight.
Look, some good moments from Trippy in the round. I think initially the holdover towards Rafters looked quite strong, but then they lose an uncontested pick. I believe it was the mirror in that round. And then it capitulated from that point onwards with good pressure. Aqua was leveraged nicely. And once Charlotte fell, it's basically impossible to, one, deny the plant, and impossible for all intents and purposes to retake with multiple crosses, the Monty's still up, a lot to run through. And so a well-formulated attack there from CAG. It's now 3 rounds straight, 3 opening kills converted straight, and even more damning than that, in the last 3 rounds, it's been 4, 5, and 4 players alive, respectively. So they've been dominant rounds across 3 unique sites. It puts Trippy quite quickly in a very awkward position.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of like what I said after the 3rd round. Clearly, CAG have adapted pretty quickly off of that opening round loss, which is a really good sign for CAG that they had the ability to kind of change things up, both in operator selection, but also the way that they're playing and understanding what their opponent is doing. So on the wider macro level, CAG have just completely changed this game up very, very quickly. And you're expecting them to be better on the micro level as well. And this is where a timeout is very timely to think, well, what do we do now? Because clearly we did well to start with. Now they're better than us again. And it's up to Triple Main Telecom to adapt and figure things out. But it's kind of difficult to do that when CAG clearly have many different ways in which they can beat you. It's just a really, really strong team.
10 seconds to go.
We'll see if they can do something out of this timeout. Not electing to go for the repeat. They go,
5 seconds to go.
I think it was control storage. Is it?
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It is.
Yes.
I was tripping out myself there for a second. To be fair, it's not that often that you do kind of see this reattempt, really, I guess, if you will, because they didn't win this last time of the tertiary site. And especially when they got flawless on this particular site as well. And they haven't changed the lineup again. The Clash that got banned out is replaced by the Mute. The rest stay the same. And on the flip side, CAG again changed up. They're just really showing their diverse operator pool. They bring the Brava now for the first time. And the Twitch. So you're seeing them now change up again, despite winning. And they go for a little bit more of a drone-centric heavy attack here in the 5th round.
Activating Selma.
Oh, big fight over toward Kitchen. Sharif just wins it out. Low on HP. Harper falls. 1-4 for the half. Had a pretty crucial job over towards Kitchen. That's now going to unlock quite a lot of horizontal pressure and lurk potential for CAG. Rest of the team primarily working up above here. Double stack rafters. TNT may look to spring into action here and aggress to find a pick back. Very much easier said than done. They're not in the greatest of positions at the moment. Charlotte also over towards command. So a somewhat strong hold here, but again, weakened down below. Oh, that was clean. Okay. Not in a bad position now defensively.
Double stack rafters, though, could leave them vulnerable to this kind of push in, because Chibisu does know that NL is right here. Kept that gun up. 4 versus 2. Good clear on the top floor from CAG. And Damali and Shile are completely split. 1 control and 1 top floor in command. They are effectively both solos now. When you got Anderton still on this Blackbeard as well, he can come rampaging through pretty confidently and with no care at all, straight in towards storage. He doesn't have the kit, but DD Man is followed in behind. He'll get the plant down. That's now forcing Shile to move, but Chubis has already got IT locked down. Damali shoots into the Blackbeard. It's 4 versus 1 in the round, and it's about to be 4-1 on the scoreboard. Damali does get one, and a big one on the Blackbeard. Sharif low, Chibisu half health. But throw in that timer, and it's not a forgiving timer as Diddy hits the shots out of the timeout. Trippy Main Telecom cannot change the course. It's 4 straight for CAG.
Well, in many ways, it's feeling similar to match 1 of the night where the favored team maybe doesn't get off to the most perfect of starts, but are able to flick a switch and look much better for the remainder of the match. And CAG are perfectly following that script so far. Sharif arguably a little lucky at the opening portion of the round. Trippy tried their hardest to take the most of that advantage, no, that disadvantage rather, in terms of the equalization. The 4 versus 4 though was only temporary. That started to crumble, the horizontal pressure then that was layered from CAG with the pivot they made was the right call. Took a lot of those players up above out of play.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And so far, CAG have a stranglehold on this matchup. Basement will be the final site of choice for TMT in the half.
Remaining.
And it is must win here if they want to stay alive on this map.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, I mean, as much as starting defense on labs can be quite a comforting feeling, guys, the downside is if you start really bleeding these rounds, how demoralizing that probably feels for the defense. For Triple Main Telecom, you know this is a half where you've just had your opportunity by being on the defense to begin with, and how difficult it will probably be in the second half. That even if you do win this round here, a 4-2 lead for CAG going into their defense sets them up perfectly. Difficult to stay locked in.
Reloading. Cover me.
The Dockerby in play then for the final round of the half. Intrigued to see how much influence that may have. We've seen the Deimos on a couple of occasions, bit of Grim as well for info, but the Dockerby is a whole different beast. Finally targeted Harper, who's lost access to cams. Couple of fights elsewhere, leaves it in a 4 versus 4. Heartbreach lost to CAG, but the Azami lost for TMT. Pretty equal in that regard. Another call to be deployed onto Damali. Charles, in the meantime, also ate a call of his own. As things start to settle at the midpoint of the round.
We haven't had a single close round in this half. Funnily enough, the previous round with the 3 alive was the closest that we've seen thus far. The payload onto Damali. He's gonna just turn it off at the last second, and that is gonna be his death at the hands of Chibisu. An NL called on a very nice angle. Chibisu's put in a wonderful shift this half, 8-2. Here's another call on to Demic. And after seeing what just happened to Damali, he does eat it. He takes the damage. I mean, the Dockerby has just been absolutely devastating in this round. So oppressive. There's 3 people now that have had to eat the call. One who chose to try and answer died because of it. Talk about impact from DD. 30 seconds, 4 versus 2. Now 3 though with that kill from Demic. Demic and Shield to stand tall at the end of the half.
Yeah, certainly winnable. Aniton to attempt plant. Don't know if there's a way in which this can be denied. Nitro doesn't land. Cross Howell from Chibisu doesn't quite net the kill, but eventually will. DD confirmed his, and it is an almost perfect round from CAG.
Well, 5 straight from CAG sees them take a 5-1 lead. That's right. They did drop the opening round, but ever since then they've been pretty much flawless, and a very strong attacking half on Nighthaven Labs sets them up now going into the second half on their defense. It's interesting. I thought after that opening round, guys, Triple Main Telecom would make a contest of this, but yeah, maybe in the end CAG could get to that 7-1, 7-2 scoreline.
Yeah, I feel pretty vindicated in my selection if that is to be the case. This match so far has played out at least in the fashion in which I expected. CAG just the better team at the moment. Yep. And Trippy have had some good moments. I don't think that their approach to the match has really been all that negative or poor. They haven't made too many huge mistakes. It's just CAG just have the ability, even in tricky situations, to find win conditions and then have the skill to execute upon them. So all credit goes to them, the way in which they've been able to perform so far today. And as they transition across to defense, they'll be looking to close this one out as quickly as possible. Highlight package of that final round of the half. The Dockerby was incredibly oppressive. Several defenders eating the call or the payload over the course of that round. No longer than outbuild access cams, taking damage. And it just concentrated a lot of pressure onto those offside and made the anchor work really challenging in the end there for the defense. The side's now changed. Top floor we return. It's Monty and Thermite unavailable for TMT, and defensively it's the Mirror and the Bandit out.
Well, for Triple Telecom, it's just all about probably saving face a little bit here in this half. I mean, it would be very surprising if this ends up being an ultra attacker-sided Nighthaven Labs. For Triple Telecom to, put, well, what I guess they would need 5 attacking rounds themselves against CAG, who have been flawless so far this stage. It seems incomprehensible. I just don't think it's surely a reality that can happen. I'll give it their best and try, but it feels like the damage was done in the first half here in this match. Jibisu 9-2, very, very dominant, and has been in some really good form this stage.
Yeah, intrigued to see how adventurous CAG get over the course of this round, and I suppose by extension the half, if they are going to be ultra aggressive, if they rein it in, look to play more structured. Certainly the kind of team where you would expect them to get a little crazy as the gap widens between the two teams, but probably something they have consciously been working on more so recently is not cagging matches or positions where they're in the lead and choking them. And they've been able to demonstrate that pretty well over the course of this stage so far. IT open, but no entry as of yet. That Nitro from DD Man that we saw prepped does go on to land. The shield is down. Aniton finds a kill as well. And this attack is fizzled out quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably expecting it, really, as much as we want to try and breathe a little bit of hope into things for Triple Main Telecom. Flawless to start on the top floor. Not really that much of a surprise. Well, CAG are up 6-1 on the verge of a 4th straight match win. Which technically map win would have sufficed. As we head to basement for the first of many match point opportunities for CAG. So, I mean, where to for CAG really, guys? Because they're going to win this. They're going to win probably most games heading into playoffs, even if they do win out in playoffs and qualify for EWC. Is it not just going to be the same old story that we've seen play out for, what, 5 years now, 6 years now? Yeah. Dominate locally, go overseas, and just get trounced? I mean, how do they find a way to bring this sort of local form to the international stage? Why does it just not stack up?
Honestly, I think a large portion of it is the preparation and the approach. They have said publicly that, at least for the local leagues, this first stage, it's been, pretty laid back and chilled. They back themselves in to win on ability and their on-the-day adaptation. I think it's about finding that ability to flick the switch, and in preparation for international events, finding the motivation, finding the time to properly prepare, and not just expecting results to come to you.
So maybe
Hopefully
bring
they
that international mindset more to the local leagues, despite already being dominant locally.
Potentially even, yeah. Still a long way to go though, and only the one slot here for APL North. TPC gets slammed over towards games. That's a CAG moment there. Strange position to be playing, and called out correctly there by TMT.
Changing mags.
Nothing to worry
Well, Shail has got 3 kills. All 3 of those kills have been opening kills. And the only opening kills that Triple Main Telecom have had for the entirety of this match. As you said, a pretty high quality target to get rid of in Chibisu. Sharif, though, on the Cav, having a little bit of fun here. In this match point round, Diddy Man taking very low. They lost Sanderson. Time to get this Cav involved. If it's going to have an impact, needs to do so now. Can't leave this too late and then lose all your teammates.
No, I got
Sharif
scanned
on the
though.
move.
Got scanned by the snake. So good counterplay onto the Cav.
Hasn't so far worked out for CAG in this round. It is still alive. Does have a nitro cell. Baka trying to keep a bit of a contest over towards cargo stairs, and just keeps on wandering through the control hallway. There is one here though in NL. Watching this hatch, but also being quite wary that he could still get pounced upon. And he did. Zaka kept on pushing. He's got warehouse control. Diddy, there's 2 players, but they're quite a distance away for this nitro cell. Whole time being, of which there's plenty of time still in this round. Triple Main Telecom don't have to rush anything. Nitro is perfect though from DD Man. It's yet another opening kill and nothing else for Shail. Sharif kind of just feels like he's not adding a lot to this round on the Cav, unfortunately, but well, fortunately, Zaka and DD Man are at least doing enough. 3v3, 45 seconds. Damek is still going to have to get this plant down later in the round.
Oh, triple scan there from the snake, so Damali gets a full read. COG will be forced to reposition. 30 seconds on the clock. Drop to follow.
And the drop has now eventuated Flash. Well, not ideal on Demic's face. Harper immediately goes down. Zaka up close with a shotgun, and it's just like that. All done. He's playing gun game. Ended it with the SMG as well. CAG 7-1 dominant win on Ninehaven Labs against Trippy Main Telecom. It's got Anderton off his feet and DD Man off to an after party, and he looks ice cool as CAG make it 4 straight wins to start the stage.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready for a big party tonight. And smiles all around for COG. Why wouldn't they be pleased with that result? Sure, a matchup in which they were pitched as big favorites, the Goliaths in the region so far, but it's always a pleasant feeling to actually translate that into a result in the server, and a 7-1 scoreline will do them a world of good in that particular component. And I think one thing as well to note is that for the standings and for that round differential tiebreaker, they have now really set themselves apart from the rest of the pack, and that will be very, very helpful if they end up going on to drop a map or 2 even over the course of this first stage.
Yeah, I mean, very dominant from CAG, right? I mean, it's kind of what we kind of expect from them at this point in this region. Locally, they're just so strong. Jibisu, a very, very good game himself individually with a 142 EPS, 10 and 3. Not a lot of saving grace, though, for the side of Triple Main Telecom. No one went positive. No one had a good game. All the EPS numbers are low. It's going to happen in a 7-1 loss.
Yeah, it will. I mean, the one positive takeaway was Charles. His impact in the map was pretty positive. I still, unfortunately, am casting my mind back to their loss against D+, that 0-7, where he almost had 0 impact over the course of that. So some positive takeaways there, but obviously evident that they're a long way away from the likes of CAG at the top.
All right, interview is ready with Sparky off of their win 7-1 against Triple Main Telecom. Welcome in, Sparky. Congratulations. Another win, 4 straight. That's going to be the best feeling, I guess, is just starting the stage as clean as possible. Not really a lot of mistakes. So far, I mean, you kind of probably gotten what you've wanted up until this point, which is now past the halfway mark of the regular portion of this season.
Yeah. The team is playing quite well. I think actually we didn't play our best today, but they put up a fight in a few of the rounds, the enemy. But yeah, I mean overall the season is doing fine, but you know we have just one spot in this region, so group stage is like the least important thing for this region compared to all the others.
I guess you said it yourself. You didn't obviously play perfectly. I don't think any team ever sort of does. What will your messaging be to the team debriefing this matchup and going forward into next week?
No, I just think, I mean, we pretty much played like we're supposed to play, and like they prepped for it. I just think probably the communication could have been a bit more on point, but it's probably also like, it's not easy to keep like the max focus when you're playing against an opponent which is not like the at the top rankings. So I can also kind of understand that.
You got a pretty big game against Scars next week, Sparky. Obviously, You've got the week off until then. When we think about, I think historically, CAG and Scars have always had a pretty good rivalry within the APAC North region. They're a team that haven't quite been at their best this stage. They've been, I guess, competitive in their matches against the other top teams. What do you do as a coach to prepare your team for a match like that, where for Scars, they need the wins, they need the results, they're going to come out and play some difficult siege? Do you kind of just say, keep doing what we're doing, or do you put a bit more focus into Scars next week?
Well, for this stage specifically, no, because it's all on the players. Like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just teaching them how to do it on their own. Like, my goal right now is for them to be able to coach themselves, which also makes them able as players. But yeah, overall, I mean, the way I would prep it, if it were a different situation, yeah, it'd probably be a different prep than what you do against like a middle of the pack team. I think Scars haven't improved this stage, whilst the other teams have. But overall, it's a team which, if it's in the right day, they can force their playstyle onto you. So definitely requires a bit more attention. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Sparky, for coming in and chatting with us. Another win, and I'm sure we'll speak to you next week.
I hope so, and thank you for having me.
So another win for CAG, 4-0 at the top of the standings, with no one really at the moment, guys, that's contesting them. But as Sparky's alluding to, it's playoffs that's going to matter the most for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about building up to that and then being well prepared for the best of three format, really, and having the map pool depth, which they no doubt will. I'd be very intrigued when we enter playoffs and we get more thoughts from Sparky as to whether or not that preparation mindset shifts. I anticipate it probably will be. It sounds like at the moment a lot of it is the player's responsibility. He kind of just sits back and lets them do their thing, but I assume that towards the pointy end, that's where we see him interject a little bit more and hopefully guide the team towards that hyper-focused style of Siege where, as we've seen in the past, sometimes it's not quite that way, and CAG can lose their minds in big matches, and I'm sure that's going to be a big focal point for them, but that's obviously still a few weeks away, and at the moment I think they'll just be looking to try and get this flawless stage wrapped up.
Well, I've been trying to build up these matches. I've been trying to, offer a bit of saving grace to maybe the teams that aren't favored. So at this point, considering it's been 7-1, 7-1, after the break, it might be a third 7-1.
Obviously a team that's less experienced than EP. I think it's cool that me and Relays now have the opportunity to kind of bring our experience and show new players what it's like to compete at the top level. These guys are all my friends in this Chiefs team. It's a fun experience playing with these new guys and just kind of a new chapter. So I'm very excited to compete with these guys, to be honest, because I think that they have a lot of potential and all they need is time now. The Sydney regional final was also a big memorable experience. We didn't play the best. Just having the home crowd, my dad watching, all my friends were even appeared there as well. And also after they watched my 1v4 on Border was crazy. Also having that rival experience against us and Chiefs, was fun. Obviously we lost, but those regional lands was definitely my favorite, for sure, because there was wins, there's losses, but it was just all fun. I honestly don't think it's much different playing against like a local rival. I think we're all built with this mentality that it doesn't really matter who we're versing, it's about our performance. I would say the result was cool, just having that rivalry between us and seeing us compete at like a local LAN, which has not really been done much in Australia, so it was really cool. Being in an event that kind of has oceanic like community, being involved like playing against them and watching them play as well. During Sydney and Melbourne, I was always on this side where I could support Chiefs. So it's also cool having this like kind of experience of being like a fan again. So sick that we even got to experience that, being in an environment where I get to support them and them compete for a spot as well. I think the relationship between us and EP at the moment, there's obviously a rivalry. Right now it's kind of in a spot where we're both competing for a spot in terms of the major, but definitely like our system in terms of OS is like in a system where we've built it so that we kind of have to support them in terms of our growth as well. So if they were to make the major, I would also be supporting them. I do want to see them succeed, so it's cool to have another team winning as well. This year with Chiefs, I really want the inexperienced players in our team to know like how things can get serious and what it would take to win and be the best team in Australia. So I think the end goal is definitely to make an event and really compete with other teams. All we need is like time and effort, and I think we can do great things.
We're out of time. Let's put them in the ground. Fall back! Team 1, report.
Alive and where's this?
We lost contact with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for Nix. Dokkaebi, be my eyes. Mute, cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
You're cornered, Nix. Surrender. I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see your runner 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What if
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Sig.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
Well, we've had a run of 7-1s. We'll see if that continues. Can you be my enemy? Fearax are up next, guys. So maybe at the start of the night, this might have been the matchup that was probably the most one-sided, to be honest, considering Can You Be My Enemy dead last on the standings at the moment, finding it very difficult this stage. Fearax have, of course, bounced back from a pretty disappointing kickoff campaign that was obviously very short-lived, but showing better signs this stage. It's looking like for Fearax, they come into this now as heavy favorites. We'll see if they can keep this 7-1 trend going.
Yeah, Fearax have certainly shown a little more resilience over the course of stage 1 comparatively to kickoff. And on the flip side, Can You Be My Enemy, second from Challenger League, I think at this point have cemented themselves quite firmly as being the bottom-rated team in the league. So on paper, it's shaping up to be quite one-sided.
All right, well, let's go into the teams and see how things are stacking up for both of these two teams. There's a bit riding on this. Can You Be My must win? Fearax, well, they would probably say must win as well, considering their opponents. And the way that they've kind of gone this stage, things again, as we pointed out, looking better. Currently sitting inside of the top 4 coming into tonight, 2 wins. They were able to start things off perfectly, 7-1 against RRX. They then beat Kinotrope, who are clearly having a good stage, but out-muscled, outgunned last night against CAG, losing on Clubhouse 7-3, which, to be honest, guys, where things stand at the moment in the regular season, I don't think they'd be too disappointed with that result. CAG are clearly running through everyone, and while at some point, if you do want to make EWC, you might have to beat them. Well, you can kick that stone down the road and deal with it another time.
Yeah, absolutely. Best of 3s are going to be a whole different beast to best of 1s, so for Fearax, I think it's just about trying to find a bit of form here over the next few weeks, and this kind of matchup, an opportunity for them to go in, should be able to have a bit of fun and play a pretty aggressive brand of Siege and sort of pull themselves through to a result based on just innate skill and ability alone. It's not going to be too much of a strategic contest this match.
Yeah, and on the flip side, unfortunately, their opponents have, well, kind of gotten a little bit worse as the stage has gone on. Can You Be My Enemy started off with a 3-7 loss to Trip Main Telecom. Then it became a 2-7 loss to Scars, and then it became a 1-7 loss to Kinotrope yesterday. I'm hoping for their sake it won't be a 7-0 to follow, but clearly a stage that hasn't seen a lot of success. Not really any kind of highlights at the bottom of the standings. 6 round wins overall through 3 matches played, 21 round loss, of course. That leaves them completely dead last, minus 15 round differential. You'd have to dig pretty deep to find positives for this team. That's the unfortunate reality.
Yeah, it is. Again, it's very, 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 very rare in APL that you see a team from Challenger Leagues, certainly not the second seed team, come in and make waves straight off the rip. It typically takes quite a few stages, if not even a couple of years to reach a semblance of competitiveness. So they came into this stage with little riding on their results, and look, it's going to take time for them to build up here, and they've shown a couple of good glimpses. They haven't been completely and utterly smashed in every single match. They're clearly outmatched by the top teams, but I think they can show a little bit against these mid-table rosters, and well, Fearax probably for their sake unfortunately aren't mid-tier, probably fighting closer towards the top, but yeah, excited to see what they have on offer tonight. I think Goppy has a good opportunity to stand out here. He's probably not performing up to the expectation that he would set for himself with a little more experience on this team, and maybe if he can have a good night, the rest of the roster can follow.
It's not really to counter your point, but you're saying there's sort of the top teams and the mid teams. They've actually only played one team that's in the top 4. That was Kinotrope last night, 1-7 loss. The other 2, of course, are in the bottom 4 at the moment, and they lost to those comprehensively. As we go to the map vetoes for this matchup and see where we are heading for Fearax and Can You Be My Enemy. So far this stage, Fearax have played Bank, they've played Chalet, and they've played Clubhouse, and it's Clubhouse once again for Fearax. They got a trial run last night against CAG, so they'll try their luck again tonight, this time against Can You Be My Enemy, which, to be honest, for me, I think this is actually a wonderful result of your Fearax. You took on the top team last night on this map. Now you go up against the bottom team and see what you really learn and what you can put into action It's not a must-win game, but it's certainly one that could have big repercussions. If VRX were to get upset here, that could throw a spanner in the works for top 4. But if they can get the job done, puts them on 9 points, 3 wins from 4 matches, and sets them up for the remainder of the stage. The remaining schedule for VRX, Triple Main Telecom next week, into Scars, into D+. It's a pretty decent schedule. So far, so good this stage for them. Can you be my enemy? Yet to find a win. The only team in APL North yet to get any points.
Yeah, in that matchup yesterday on Club, as mentioned, VRX with only the 1 attacking round win, the other 2 coming the way of defense in the first half. Here in this particular matchup, though, they will be starting on that attacking side, and no doubt will be looking to post a stronger result, as 1 round is clearly not going to be enough, and certainly is not the expectation heading into this matchup. Probably looking at a 4-round minimum half, and then setting themselves up defensively, as the operator bans are Complete, Kaid, Bandit, and Dokkaebi Thermite unavailable.
Well, I'll give you the floor here, guys. What's your scoreline prediction? VRX are attacking. Keeping that in mind.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a 4 to 5 round half for VRX, and so probably setting an expectation that 7-2 I think shapes up to be the most likely outcome here. 7-1 would probably be above expectation. And we see anything closer towards be my enemy, I'd be pretty surprised given some of the score lines that they've sort of been on the receiving end over the first half of this stage. Certainly is a bit of a question mark over VRX's ability to attack into this map, but that was against CAG, a whole different beast. Presumably going to have a slightly easier go of things here against Be My Enemy.
I haven't played Clubhouse yet. So, I mean, you kind of can throw that in as a little offshoot and say, well, maybe this could be a map where they can find a bit more success compared to the prior matches. You also could say, well, they haven't played it. VRX played it yesterday in CAG. They're more primed. They're more ready. But right now, it's actually... Oh, my God. Marimo does get the kill on the Misa. He takes out his Clash to do so. But you know what? A win's a win. And Koromomo, who was low on health from his exchange and his kill, then gets the transfer to the shell downstairs, and it's 4-3 in favor of Be My Enemy.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you take it.
Yeah.
I think if you had said to them, hey, 4v3, but you lose the Clash, they would have been like, yeah, that's all right. Just don't tell them how it happened.
Soldier caught out over towards top red. But return serve. Good catch from VRX, so it's back to a 3 versus 3, and there is potential now with the Clash in the grave, thanks to the team kill, for that error to prove costly. Ryder with 4 Candelas, the Blackbeard notably still up, but hard breach available for Woogieman. There's a lot of tools left in the kit here for VRX.
Yeah, I mean, most importantly, those Candelas are going to be crucial. No Warden on the board, no catch. And a lot of time as well for VRX to assess the situation. I think Koromomo's position, if VRX are not careful, could still certainly find something. Sounded like we were underwater there for a second. Just, of course, trying to delay the hatch being opened up, so throwing the impacts to deal with the X-Kairos, which now Woogieman will freely be able to open up that kitchen hatch. Koromomo will reposition. Oh, we've lost Asphil, have we? Oh, he's back, but he's having a tricky time. Jeez, you wouldn't want that to happen if someone just about starts to swing. Very fortunate, not in the action, but in, well, 25 seconds left on the clock. The action is now forthcoming.
Yeah, 20. They shape up for the drop. Can Soldier get this plant down?
Soldier did go a little early, so he was full wipe from the Candelas. They might not know about Koromomo inside of dirt. Indeed, they will not. He catches the kill onto Ryder. Soldier forced off the kit. He is quick to react, though. Does get the kill. Woogie's watching for the cross, so he's got the hallway completely locked down. Slips in. That's a Nitrocell throw from Asphel. That's the round. Be My Enemy. Lead 1-0 against VRX.
Yeah, that's a huge Nitro. Won't really be noted as a misplay there from FearX. Woogieman clearly with the intent to push down long through Armory, trying to catch that player over towards dummies, but it wasn't quite quick enough. And there was that narrow opportunity for the Nitro to be lobbed, and certainly not the cleanest start to the round there for the defense with the TK onto Clash, but Be My Enemy were able to make it count. Ultimately having the player advantage that they did was certainly helpful 4v3 for a significant portion of that round, despite it being whittled down back to 3-3. Asphalt was able to retain his utility. If Woogie was just a half a second more proactive on the push forward there and made that read a little earlier, would have been a FearX round, but not to be, and the underdog will claim round 1.
Well, even if they had an extra 10 seconds in the bank, I mean, that he gets that instant trade because he's just thrown the Nitro. Then it becomes a 1v1, 10 seconds left.
5 seconds to insertion.
I mean, a good start for Be My Enemy, and I like the fact that they actually played a little aggressive around that main stairs position. They were happy to, you know, kind of branch out from basement. So many teams that are more on the lower scaling of particular leagues tend to very much play basement club as just a 5-stack down below. A good sign early on. There's one on the board. And this FearX roster, I think, when you kind of take into consideration, they haven't really been firing on all cylinders in 2026. It's not been a great time. Yeah, there's a real world in which Be My Enemy, if they can just be 10-15% better tonight, FearX are, you know, 10-15% a little bit off. You just never know. And starting on defense club is a good sign as well for Be My Enemy. They win basement, now gym bedroom, still another strong side opportunity for them. Most rounds they've won this stage were 3 back on the opening play day against Triple Telecom. And he got the 1 round last night against Kinetro. So far, already matched it.
Yeah, we'll see if it's a one-off though, and whether or not FearX can look to bite back. Triple Info Gatherer lineup for this round with the Deimos Grim Lion and just the singular primary hard breach on Misa for Jacuzzi. Right down below on the Deimos, trying to layer some pressure as Util gets cleared red for double hit here. So an interesting stack from FearX, who do get pick number 1 of the round.
Aswell, good trade onto Soldier. Deals with the Ying. Ryder though with a shotgun. A lot of trades happening. Got the guard break onto Goppy, but couldn't quite hit the shotgun shots into the feet. Advantage for FearX. 3v2. Second go, pushing up main stairs. Might just catch them here if Goppy can hold behind the shield in time. But no caught at the doorway. Good pressure from FearX and a pretty comfortable second round.
Yeah, good flood there from FearX. Super simple attack, not worrying and concerning themselves with map clear. Just able to open Jacuzzi, double stack main. Deimos for a bit of vert pressure early, bit of information. And a loose kit there at the end made things a little dicey and probably playing into the clash a little too much there. Didn't necessarily have to contest that. But did the hard work early in that round and were rewarded.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And so nice work there from FearX. Be My Enemy to respond with cache CCTV for round number 3. Intriguing to see what the dynamic will be for this particular site. The mirror is available, interestingly enough. And so we'll see how they look to posture that util. Probably going to make a con-facing hit a little more of a challenge, especially with the mirror window top red. But equally defense with Azami available, Echo and Catch. Rafters will probably be challenging to contest too. So FearX have to make some pretty important decisions this round as to which side they want to hit.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
I was just having a look at some of the statistics as well. FearX 3-0 so far on Clubhouse this year. And funnily enough, last time actually both teams played this map was against each other, which was a 7-1 win for FearX. And we look at our previous match that we just saw, guys, with Triple Telecom winning the opening round on Nighthaven Labs and then 7 straight to CAG. Well, we'll see if FearX can do something similar to what CAG just did in the previous match. They have an 87.5% defensive win rate. 14 out of 16 rounds won defensively for FearX on this map this year. Just under 60% attacker win rate. Very dominant on Clubhouse. So far, Be My Enemy are showing that they're here to fight it out. Misa goes down and Soldier as well. Now, Misa has dropped down the hatch successfully, so he could get picked back up. But they've lost Woogie Man. This is a very dominant round for Be My Enemy.
Yeah, what Be My Enemy needed, if those numbers are anything to go by, FearX will look even stronger in that second half. And so, whilst they're showing positive signs at the moment, this is only the beginning of a very long road forward for Be My Enemy if they are to go on and scalp some points in this matchup. 2v5 for the remainder of the third round. Kali IQ combo up still for FearX, Yunsang Rider. And unless they feed a whole lot of ones, this round should be over pretty soon. Echo info over towards top red. And it may well be flawless here for Be My Enemy. Unless Rider can deny it.
Well, they deserve the flawless, and so far they deserve the lead. This has been a pretty decent start for Be My Enemy. Flawless indeed secured. Strong on cash and CCTV. So, well, 2 from 3 rounds. So far, so good. Making it a contest. Definitely in this game. It just kind of says to FearX that they're going to have to lock in a little harder. This is not going to be just a free win. As we head into the bands, trying to think of maybe what to take away. Could be the clash. It was used in the opening 2 rounds. Certainly could be a bit of a crutch for the defense in this half. And the attack, I mean, they've actually had a pretty good operator pool so far, FearX. It's not going to be the clash. It is going to be the Echo, which only just was shown back on cash and CCTV. I don't know about that selection. I think taking away the clash certainly could have been an option for FearX. Echo,
yeah,
I mean, once didn't really. I don't know.
I think we wait and see how they play around that. I think the thinking behind the decision will be so that they free up the requirement for the IQ. So whatever operator going forward, or freedom that offers them in terms of that 5th flex role, will be interesting. There is certainly a world where you could have gone for an alternate ban like the Clash, and whilst you may then be narrowed into the IQ, you may end up better out in terms of the outcome of the round. So we'll kind of wait and see what they elect to play, and then given that there'll be now a lack of information for the defense, that too can open up some more playmaking opportunities for FearX. So certainly not
5 seconds to insertion.
too dismissive of that ban. It's more so about playing into it appropriately.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Interesting. They're going to go for the old school castle room this round. Very infrequently seen in 2026.
I think you've frequently seen over the last 2 to 3 years, to be honest. Just has that feeling of an upset brewing, especially if they can win this round. Go 3-1 up, maybe force FearX into a potential timeout. Good information for Misa on the radar of the Solid Snake. Horomomo still holding Con. Well, Soldier, I think, must have just taken a bit of damage through the shoulder. Shield was up. 1-for-1 trade. Opening kill went in the way of Be My Enemy once again. Horomomo is down inside a Con. Soldier has taken a bit of beating. Forced to drop back down. And Marimo, I don't know if he's been spotted inside bathrooms specifically.
Yeah, losing the Solid Snake here is a big loss for Be My Enemy for the rest of this clear. If FearX know that and play into it correctly, they're still in a good position despite some of these positions being a little awkward defensively. Marimo just needs to be patient. Does get thrown out though. Still alive,
Thrown out
somehow.
and position known, but they haven't still found the kill. Finally, they're able to converge, deal with the vigil. Horomomo did get brought back up. 3 versus 4. Certainly a huge advantage now for FearX. 3 gas babes, a Grismot mine, which is just going to be thrown out now inside of Arsenal. The gas babes need to be impactful in delaying. Certainly if you can get those gas babes onto Soldier as well, that might be able to take him down. He is very low on health. 60 seconds left into the round here for VRX, looking for their second attacking round. So far, Be My Enemy have been a difficult challenge for VRX.
Yeah, certainly. It hasn't been dominant by any stretch from VRX, at least not yet. On attack, defense could be a different story, but they need to be mounting attack rounds. 40 seconds remain. Good impact trick. We'll just stall out this push a little while longer as time becomes increasingly important for VRX.
And 3 gas waves still for Asphalt. I'd start throwing these out. This is the time. There's 23 seconds left. Whether you catch someone or not, at least you can block off a position. Throws out 1. Drop into Moto. There's another one thrown out. Up close, Goppy hits the headshot on the Yunsak, pushes past. Wasn't ready for it, was Soldier. He was busy throwing out the frag grenade. 8 seconds on the clock. So far, the 3 men of Be My Enemy have done a tremendous job. Goppy finally goes down to Soldier, but he hasn't got the time or the space to win this round as time expires. They make their way towards him. Soldier just eats one to the head. Be My Enemy are up 3-1 against VRX.
Yeah, they've made a bit of a statement early here. They're looking good. They're not afraid to go for big roams like we've seen in that last round. They're not afraid to go for high-risk plays, and they're ultimately actually working out for them. VRX, their time management in that last round was far from ideal. They left themselves with no margin for error. And with the smoke still up and the sort of filter effect that the gas babe ended up having with everyone having to traverse triple instead of opening up that moto route, made things very aggressive. There was some of the aggression through the early round for Be My Enemy. And even through the late round, Goppy was very eager to run back through that smoke and eventually was able to make it work. And no time left meant that Soldier couldn't even get it into a post plant. VRX have been put on notice.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, but it's like you said, though. I mean, the defensive half of VRX can get them back into this game, but you don't want to lose too many rounds here. This is already 3 rounds for Be My Enemy. It's the most rounds they've had in a match this stage, back on the opening play day. This is a team that's dead last on the standings. They came into tonight with 6 round wins in 3 matches. So you've already gotten 50% of that total in 4 rounds. VRX have been better this stage, but right now they might be panicking a little bit because their opposition, one that was maybe considered a little lowly, is starting to perform quite nicely. Asphalt's 5-1, Koromomo's 5-2. They've both been highly impactful. But what's most apparent to me is the fact that Be My Enemy are just really moving around the map, looking to find these opening kills. They've succeeded in 3 of the 4 rounds in acquiring that first kill. Flawless in round 4. Come from behind win in round... Sorry, flawless in round 3. Come behind win in round 4. So they're doing it in different ways. And there's no one really for VRX either that's really overperforming. Woogie and Misa the most with 3 kills.
Yeah, long way to go in this matchup, but it's certainly probably fair to say, even in just the 4 rounds complete, it's been a little more interesting and a little more compelling than many, including myself, probably expected, with Be My Enemy not shying away from playing a brand of Siege that VRX are finding a little difficult to contain at the moment. They'll go for the cash side across take for this 5th round. Ryder will lurk down below, but he's got potential company if he eventually wants to route main stairs. Double radar onto Koromomo. His army also spotted out there by Yunsang. Here is that critical moment. Marimo had a chance. Does he let it slip? He will, but at least there's a trade, and
well, he can get brought back up.
So he can be brought back up. That is a pretty significant moment.
Yeah,
meanwhile,
it's another
the hit here from
kill.
VRX.
Koromomo gets the kill onto Soldier. They do lose Goppy to Misa. Misa instantly traded. Numbers continue to be with the defenders. Yunseng going for the play inside of Jim. Just gets off it. Just wanted to give it a little test behind weights. Woogie is in con, so he's got the cross being watched. Often canister does pop. It's Yunseng though inside Jim that catches the head of Asphalt. And Woogie was able to find his pick as well onto second go. It's only Marimo left. Can he find a way to isolate and create the two 1v1s? One at the window though. That's Woogie Man. Again, denying the ability to cross in. He got through. He did get the kill, but he too dies, and FearX will get their second round.
Yeah, good attempt there from Marimo. Had the right read, but thanks to his earlier engagement, was way too low on HP to have a serious shot at being able to win that out without the trade, and that's ultimately exactly what transpired. There's a golden opportunity for Be My Enemy to start applying serious pressure in this matchup. 4-1 scoreline. We'd be talking about the complexion of the match very, very differently after that round, but just not quite tidy enough there towards the end. Ryder, that was a good catch from Be My Enemy at this moment. Temporarily 5-3 and had advantage for the remainder of the round. That reposition though was caught out nicely, and ultimately the final pick traded out well. FearX doing just enough to keep their head above water here. Final round now of the half. CC Cash, an opportunity to equalize.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a big round, doesn't it? I think for Be My Enemy, they need the 4. For FearX, they probably don't need the 3 in a sense of need. I'd love the 3 to just make things a bit easier in the second half.
Attackers are moving to
I think the pressure now actually goes back to Be My Enemy, and how quick that can change considering the game that they've had so far. They've absolutely dominated the opening kills in this match. Will they continue to close out this half? And funnily enough, the way that tonight's kind of gone, I thought this was going to be the one which would be the most one-sided. Then we get 7-1, 7-1, and then into this game, Be My Enemy have been actually pretty solid. So this could be a difficult game to predict at times. As Koromomo getting information on the pulse, and the heartbeat sensor, Soldier prepares to make his way up towards rafters. They'll have to put some work into that position against second go, but they have Yunseng on the Capital to eventually flush him out of that position.
Sell him out.
It really comes down to timing in this round from FearX, layering that utility appropriately, being in sync, being willing to forfeit a pick or even 2 if that's required to sort of trade out the position. Before that though, it's an emphasis on the utility clearance and giving Ryder an opportunity to dispel all his util. The Soldier will go searching for info through bot garage. Copy over towards Bar in a position to maybe flank late. Although he's kind of played his hand early and will now be forced back. Yunseng posturing to deploy this utility on the Capital. Has he flamed himself? Yes, he has, but he survives.
It's taking a long time. I do get it. Usually this is almost a formality, but there's only 60 seconds left on the clock. Still going to get to work on the site pressure. At the very least, though, for FearX, they haven't lost anyone along the way. There is that Nitrocell as well from Koromomo, but he's not playing lounge. He's not playing from below. He still needs to get this to be impactful. Does have the ability to maybe go for a drop play, try and clear out that first floor position, find a kill, then play the Nitro from below. They lose Goppy. He might have to stay now. Pressure is starting to mount. Yunseng has been knocked down. Soldier just biding his time. Now pushes forward to block off Red. He's going to go for the plant in the corner. And Asphalt can't really do much about it as if he leaves this position. He hears the barbed wire being broken. Swings, he loses his head. It's flawless from FearX. A 3-3 half. They get the last 2 rounds to close out. What was looking a little bit damning, they salvage. It's all tied.
I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could
Well, a very entertaining half leaves us tied 3-3 here in Clubhouse. Fearex, though, do get to go on defense, so they'll be certainly favored in this second half to follow. But you do have to give it to Be My Enemy, guys. They've been certainly far more competitive in this game tonight than probably any of the matches that have been played so far this stage of APL North. The last time they got 3 rounds in a match was the opening play against Tribute Main Telecom. So they've already matched that. We'll see if they can go past it. The bands will be the Castle, the Castle, the Thermite, and the Capital, along with the Kaid and the Bandit.
Yeah, I don't think they've really flicked their way into this position either. They've genuinely played some pretty good Siege all round. They've played a brand that's been pretty disruptive to Fearex, and a lot of it hinged on management of the clock. And so it's going to be a little more interesting to see how they manage that now in the second half. The onus is going to be on them to manage the clock and to ensure that these pushes are succinct. And for Fearex, I'm intrigued to see if they sort of take a page out of their opponent's book, try and play as much stall out as possible, or if they maybe play a little more proactive on the front foot, try and take more fights off site, win advantages that way. Certainly have to wait and see. An intriguing lineup though from them here in the opening round with the Scopos selected and reinforcements being established. Strip side would indicate that Misa will solo over towards that portion of the map, over towards Strip, and the rest of the team more than likely going to anchor or maybe look for a couple drones and then get back to site.
Oh, geez, Misa. I mean, to be fair, if there's an operator you can play with fire a little bit, it's the Scopos. Didn't take enough damage that's worthy of transferring. He can just stay. He barricades up. He'll stay stripped. That is really the goal of the Scopos, is buy some time and forcing them to have to clear you out. And if they don't do so, you can, of course, then play the flank option later in the round. Take a fight, get a kill, transfer down below. It's the kind of operator where that's kind of the utility that it really brings. You only really get the 2 impacts, and so you really do need to make the most of the shells that you get. Misa trying to do that now.
Yeah, I like the fact though that Be My Enemy do have the snake posturing this position, arguably the best operator to deal directly with that. And elsewhere, some posturing blue stairs. Goppy with the diffuser here, making a play on Blitz. Misa transfers back, and so Fearex should be well prepared.
Absolutely will be, but it's current moment that gets the opening kill. The attack so far so good. Goppy caught on the side angle though. They lose to Insane for Fearex. All tied at 3-3 until Karamomo loses out to Woogieman. He's got 2 in the round, now 9-2. Asphalt wasn't with the team, by the way. He was still, I think, potentially searching for Misa, or at least having to take his time to push his way through because of that earlier Scopos pressure. Marimo over towards Dirt, so he's by himself, and Ryder's now following behind. Asphalt not ready for it. He did check it briefly, but the timing doesn't work his way. Marimo out of Dirt, back over to Kitchen. Needs the 1v3 clutch. Hello, Yokai. Now they know exactly where he is as well. Extra information gained for Fearex.
Ooh, opportunity there from the side of Fearex, delivered to Marimo, but he doesn't quite take it with both hands.
They have a drone in Arsenal, which is where they're getting this ping information. Karamomo watching it at the moment, or was, still up.
Oh, they know exactly where he is again now, thanks to the Denari tripwires. 20 seconds and round over. Good work from Fearex. They withstood the pressure from Blue early. And a slight desync there, although it was understandable there from Kim, You Be My Enemy, meant that the second layer of pressure there from the attack was non-existent. And if they didn't win it on that first push, it was going to be so difficult then for those remaining to have impact in the round. And that's exactly how we kind of saw it stall out and eventuate there. Fearex in the lead, and they're in the lead for the first time in this match.
Yeah. That's a
Defenders, protect your bombs from
interesting way to kind of put it. I mean, I think, you know, and they made a call. They saw scope off strip. They realized that wasn't a full time in sight. They had the ability to maybe push down blue. They took it. I don't mind that level of determination and also following through once you feel like you've kind of assessed the situation and just making the quick decision. But also credit to Misa for transferring immediately. Once that barbed wire was being broken and they started to push through blue, he just quickly transferred back. He just didn't care about dealing with the snake and playing any kind of flank roam, pushing behind main stairs. He was ready for the on-site hit, and him being there certainly helped them. 10 kills for Woogie Man now as well. He is, well, really performing. I mean, it's a 4-3 scoreline. You got 3 players on Fear X that are actually going negative. 3-4, 3-6, and 3-6. And it's 10-2 for Woogie Man and 6-4 for Misa. But it's also now 3 in a row for Fear X, and you're on defense going gym bedroom. They've got the momentum now.
Yeah, they're going to feel ultra comfortable on this side. Misa, first pick in the 8th round. It's a shotgun up close. Primary hard breach in the grave for Be My Enemy. Can't get off to much better start for Fear X. Who are going to be looking to replicate that defensive success that they historically have here on Clubhouse. Yeah, I think you rattled it off before. High 80s, if I remember correctly, in terms of that win rate percent. So very, very strong.
Yep.
And I think they'll be targeting a flawless half here. As ridiculous as that may sound out loud when you look at a 4-3 scoreline, I think that actually is a pretty realistic prospect from here.
There goes Goppy on the blitz. DRX a little active here on this gym bedroom round, and it's paying dividends. They're able to find the early 2 kills. And they haven't really been as successful in this match in the earlier portion of the rounds. It's a 3-5 split in favor of Be My Enemy for opening kills. When you look at multi-kills, there's only been the one, which was Woogie Man in the previous round, and the clutch as well from Woogie in the 5th round. But Be My Enemy have got to find different avenues if they're going to find success in this second half. Asphalt towards Kitchen. Deathmark activated onto Soldier, but he's just not really going to find this angle. Frag grenade thrown to try and move him around. This, to me, looks like the kind of round where the attacking team is running out of ideas. It's 3-5, 45 seconds. You've got 2 players on the roof. There goes Korumomo. Formality about to follow, you would imagine. As Asphalt now the last one remaining for Be My Enemy. They got thwarted early in this round and just completely unraveled from there. Asphalt completely hurt as well, pushing up main stairs. How does he not kill Soldier, who was basically floating mid-air after that vault? Missed every single shot with the Vendetta. 4 straight for Fear X.
It's a wake-up call for BME. And they take this opportunity to chat things over with their one and only tactical timeout for the match. Off to a shaky start here. Their attacks have been thwarted pretty decisively by Fear X. And a really, really good showcase so far as to why Siege is a game of 2 halves. And when you have a roster like Fear X, who have traditionally, not even just this iteration, but years gone by, and maybe even sort of South Korea as an extension, have typically been pretty good on defense and quite weak relative to the rest of the competition on attack. And so far here on Club in this best of 1, that's exactly how we're seeing it play out.
Well, man, this kind of feels like the Hail Mary now. Out of the timeout. You lose this, you're down 6-3. And it's a long way back from that position. Certainly then having to play again on Church Arsenal, down 6-3. So this feels like a must-win round. It's an unfortunate moment there for Asphalt. So Cash and CCTV for the first time in this half so far. BME have not been able to find an attacking round themselves from 2 opportunities.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It just feels like that first half maybe went off script a little bit, but now it's kind of just nudged back in line with what we expected from this
5
series,
seconds to insertion.
which is largely dominance from VRX. 4 straight now. That's a pretty decent
Defuse a bomb.
form line. The fact that they were down 1-3, now up 5-3, yeah, puts us back into a position where I think this is what we anticipated a little bit more of. And maybe it's also part and parcel with the fact that BME started on defense. We sometimes say, well, if VRX had maybe started defense in the first half, there's every world in which it would have been a 5-1 or even 6-0 kind of scoreline. And then at that point, it's a whole different game. Must-win round for BME. Out of the timeout. Insane immediately going to use that Zoto canister to deny the wall from being opened up. Woogie will then place the mirror window. Spots 2. And gets rid of the drone. 2 nitrous cells and the Tachanka as well this round. With Ryder tasked over towards rafters.
Goppy already loading up with the sense. I thought that maybe there'd be a world in which they posture for a direct hit, try and go for a tuck plant instead of concerning themselves with the garage clear. And whilst that can sometimes work into sort of the double nitro, you think about the 2-barrel counter on the sense. If Tachanka finds the right angle, there's a lot of factors probably working against that style of attack here. First pick goes the way though of BME this round. Yunseng caught on site.
Flash out!
Maybe they're going to action now. Tigger dead. Could be the right call.
Yeah, but they haven't cleared out Ryder at rafters, and you've still got the Tachanka now with the Shamika launcher. Ryder immediately makes the impact. Sometimes you get that kill, you get a little bloodthirsty, but you still got to deal with the other objectives. They finally get rid of Ryder. Okay, so garage side cleared out. Soldier pretty active with the Shamika launcher. Are they ready for Misa though? Sitting oil pit. Little off-angle position as Woogie just making sure no one's pushing up red stairs. Misa's going to back out away from this through secret. Woogie can, of course, provide him a pathway back up. Opens up the barricade from top red. Needs to be careful, though. Razor Bloom throw it out and has got shot at.
Able to get back, though, towards the objective and still the Razor Bloom in pocket. 30 seconds. Is there enough denial potential here from VRX to stall out the round and potentially scrape away with the win? It is possible from here. Be My Enemy need to be really cautious.
There is 1 smoke left for the Glaz play with Koromomo. 1 nitrous ult with Woogie Man. Shamika launcher running a little bit low here on ammunition. Down to the last 15 seconds. Up close, left. Goppy going for the plant inside of CCTV. Misa, though, finds the double. They get Goppy off the plant. He needs to re-stick it. He's now down. It's only Asphalt left in a 1v2. And it's Soldier that puts an end to him in the round as VRX have now got a 6-3 match point lead. Unsuccessful for BME out of their timeout. And probably now feeling as if this one's done, heading to basement to follow after these bans.
Oh, Misa has been remarkable in this second half. Now up to, I believe, 5 kills for the half, somewhere in that range. It's been very, very decisive from him, and it was a ballsy play to make the dash across there. Someone had to do it. Big gamble taken, but it pays really, really well. As you said, a 6-3 scoreline and 3 opportunities for VRX to comfortably walk away with all 3 points and set themselves up quite nicely on that run towards a top 4 finish for the stage. Highlight package from the previous round. There's the dash from Misa. Koromomo gets caught out. Cross on the breach. Not great. Diffuser also was stranded outside, I believe. And so it kind of just capitulated there at the end there. Certainly could have been played better by Be My Enemy. But props to VRX and showing some good resilience in that round. And down to basement. Perhaps now only 1 away from completing it.
Ten seconds left.
Securing the floor.
Well, I guess the sentiment, guys, is probably better tonight from BME, but not better enough for the team at the bottom of the standings. Some good signs, but ultimately still unable to just really find a way to stop this 5-round win streak for FearX. Needed to find at least a round or two in there, and it would have been a far more of a closer game. Misa not opting for the run out. FearX, the way they're positioning this round is of aggression for a basement site.
Yeah, Mesa's throwing caution out the wind for a large majority of this half. Pre-place from Woogie. Don't know what the call will be in terms of getting the information for that, as elsewhere it's quick from FearX. Soldier and Ryder lighting up the kill feed. And this perfect half looks like it will be completed.
Perfect half, and well, perfect after being 1-3 down. It's going to be a 7-3 win, 6 straight for FearX. Unless Asphalt and Golpy can pull off a big clutch and keep this game alive. Asphalt taken low here by Yunsang. As he keeps on peppering. It is Asphalt that's able to swing the corner though with the shotgun. Get that kill. Keep this round just going a little longer. Golpy will fall back over towards Garage. 90 seconds for these two to try and muster up the courage to head back down to basement, of which there's no one defending the actual objective. Soldier back down blue. He's able to get himself back towards the site just in case. I think they must have had a moment of realization that there's no one actually in the site.
Mesa with double impact here into the shield. He may be able to utilize that, but Asphalt actually catches him before he can retreat down main. Is there a big clutch on the cards here for Be My Enemy? 60 seconds on the clock. That trap utility, though, will compromise any drop moto. Woogie also with Nitro, and presumably there will still be Goyo utility up on site.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. The Nitro can counter the Monty, and Asphalt's on 1 HP. So, I mean, it's just still going to be very difficult 2v2. Now you've got to actually push the site. VRX can play deeper back, hold the angles. You've got the mirror window to watch the main stairs push. BME have kind of gotten the round to this point because VRX stayed contesting first floor. No secondaries to open up this hatch.
Yeah, 20 seconds. This is so low percentage.
Well, able to smoke off the mirror window and push himself down the hallway, slipping through the gap, and has stayed alive up to this point. Need the kill with the pistol. Boogeyman holds nicely to allow Soldier to get involved. Golpy pistol out, hits the headshot onto Soldier. 3 seconds remaining. Golpy in the 1v1. Wookie's played this well, dancing around inside of Arsenal as FearX will make it 6 straight rounds. They win 7-3 against Can You Be My Enemy. Not quite 7-1, guys. Not quite the full stomp that we've seen in some of the earlier games, but still a very dominant finish from FearX, considering the way this game started.
Yeah, some shaky moments in that first half, and Can You Be My Enemy deserve a small applause for that effort, but unfortunately for them, they're facing a team that's so formidable defensively on Clubhouse. You rattled off the numbers in the early portion of this matchup. Somewhere in the range of the high 80s on defense for that win rate, and that's why I said pretty early into the second half there's probably a very realistic outcome that FearX can flawless defense, and that's exactly what happened. Not dropping around in that second half and doing a great job to solidify themselves in the top 4 for now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for FearX, this was just a little bit of a wake-up call in the first few rounds that you can't come into any matchup in any region and just think you're going to get the job done. They certainly switched on after, the first couple of rounds, and it's not like they were awful. I mean, I think BME actually started really nicely, and I think have learned a little bit as the season's gone on that, yeah, it's going to be very difficult, but to make sure you go into every game thinking you got a chance. They started on defense and they got off to a decent start, but ultimately FearX, too much composure, too much experience, and they were able to finish off the job nicely. And as you said, solidifying a pretty comfortable position inside of the top 4 as things stand, and their schedule on the run home isn't too bad either, all things considered. So I think for VODs, they're in a pretty good position now as we're past the halfway mark. Let's go to the schedule. Of course, only one game remaining for tonight, and it's the big one, D+ versus Kinotrope Gaming. Guys, this is the match we've been waiting to see really and how it's going to play out.
Yeah, exactly. All of the matches so far have been a team in the top 4 taking on a team from the bottom, for all intents and purposes, whereas this final matchup of the night, it's going in second versus third on the standings, 2 teams that are split by quite literally just 1 round in terms of differential. And so fingers crossed we see a really close competitive match between 2 teams that are really looking to try and prove themselves that they can compete against the very top, and they are a very real shot of the one and only slot to EWC.
Yeah, you win this next game, your chances of top 4, while maybe not locked in, become very, very strong. Let's go to a short break. When we come back, D+ versus Kinotrope. Well, our final match of the evening is now coming up, and it's a big one as well, guys. D+ versus Kenotrope, second versus third coming into tonight. Two teams that have certainly got eyes on EWC, and two teams that certainly, I think, could make it all the way, but there is probably a better team maybe standing in their way with CAG, the way they're playing. Of course, a long way to go. Of course, you can get your tickets as well for the Esports World Cup, and I believe there's a link as well that's going to be posted in the chat in regards to a discount that you can get. I think it's R6S15. Sorry, very difficult.
Gee, you don't have a future in sales, so hopefully esports doesn't go under. R6S15 to check out if you're in EU, France, or making the trip over. Be sure to go grab your tickets. EWC is going to be a stacked event, and for the first time an SI slot on the line as well, so you won't want to miss it. And neither of these two teams in this upcoming matchup will want to miss it as well. They'll be feeling like they're a fair chance to make it, and that's what makes this a pretty compelling group stage match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for D+, they have to have their sights set on Esports World Cup, but unfortunately for this region, now only, of course, having the one slot compared to years gone by, it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath to get there. So winning here would be nice. Try and solidify yourself in the best position possible within the regular season, and so winning here becomes a much easier pathway in doing that. For both of these two teams, it's been a pretty good season so far. You kind of look at Kenotrope 7-5 over Scars. They did lose to FearX, that one being a 5-7 loss, and then a comfortable 7-1 victory over Can You Be My Enemy. So it kind of leaves them still treading waters a little bit between being a true contender, guys, and being are they like a middle of the pack, a 3 to 5 seed kind of team. We'll go to D+ as well, the team that is of course now very much welcome, I think, within the region. The last standing of the import teams, the Brazilians, have made their home here. They're here to stay. They continue to play well. They did lose to CAG back on the opening play day 7-5, but that's the closest that any team has got to CAG thus far. And then after that, 7-0 over Triple Main Telecom, so they got a quick redeeming win, and then a decent win over Scars 7-5 as well. So they've had a pretty decent run through to start the stage for D+ Kia. Now into Kenotrope, they play Can You Be My Enemy next week, then they play RRX, and their last game will be against VRX. Dare I say, if they win this game, guys, there's a pretty high likelihood they could win out for the rest of the regular season.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think their longer-term prospects look very, very promising, and I'm most excited to see D+ Kia in the best-of-3 format, given the greater reliance on adaptation and change over the course of 3 potential maps. I think that's the sort of environment in which they'll thrive. It's obviously a little more limited in best-of-1s. Their opposition for tonight, of course, Kenotrope. They're in pretty good form themselves and hot off a dominant 7-1 victory over Can You Be My Enemy yesterday. They're still very much in the shadow of CAG if they want to take on the title of the best team out of Japan, or indeed APAC North as a whole. But I think they're on the right path to potentially achieving that at some point, and at their very best will look competitive against essentially anybody. We've seen that over the course of this stage so far, the opening play day, notably against Scars, and then, yeah, as I mentioned as well, a dominant result yesterday as we look at that replay package, just losing, or just dropping, I suppose, the one round over the course of that Chalet matchup. But a good test for them tonight, arguably their most difficult matchup so far.
Yeah, and then after tonight, they play RRX and then Trippy Main Telecom over the next 2 games. So you could probably put them as favorites in both of those matches. And then they close the stage against CAG, which will be the ultimate test pre-playoffs. So I actually kind of like the schedule ahead for Kenotrope. It's just all a question as to what happens in this game. Dare I say, you lose this, you're probably not going to finish second. You win this, there's a good chance you might. As we go to the head-to-head matchup as well that we've got for this game, Midi and Gatorada, pretty even statistically. Wins for Gatorada in terms of 1 extra kill, better headshot percentage. The impact is 0.4 difference. The entry kills, actually the biggest standout, I think, in this graphic, guys, 8-2 in favor of Midi. Everything else is pretty small margins.
Yeah, we're looking here at the top-rated players from each respective team heading into this matchup and sort of where they stand right now. And you're right, very evenly matched. Midi, they're probably just taking the edge. Not only just a high outright kill to death ratio, but the entry kills, the impact that he's able to have early round is going to be potentially very influential in this matchup. So too will be the map Veto. I'm actually very excited to see where these teams do battle. I'm really hoping we see something like a border or a chalet potentially, and we get a bit of a frag out, and we'll see how that potentially shapes, but that will not actually be the case. Kinatrope taking both of those two maps out of play, the final bans being both Labs and Lair, and we go to basically the exact opposite of the kind of map I wanted to see these two do battle on. It will be the ever structured, old school, very slow in most cases Cafe Dostoevsky, and D plus Kia will have the far more favored side, possibly, or preferable side on this kind of matchup of defense, and they'll be eager to set the tone early.
Well, such was the case with Nighthaven Labs earlier tonight. This is going to be the first time seeing Cafe here in APAC North for APL, and what a game to see it on. D plus Kia versus Kinatrope Gaming, a top of the table clash midway through this stage. Winner of this is going to be very, very likely to finish in second place, you would imagine, behind CAG, barring, of course, other results that can still transpire. The loser of this, I don't think, is going to be too disappointed unless it's a really one-sided affair. D plus start defense. But Cafe these days, guys, is not as defender-sided as it used to be statistically on a global scale. Attack has certainly made headways on this map in recent times. It's just pushing closer and closer to that 50-50 kind of margin compared to the old days where at sometimes it was like a 70-30 split. It's definitely not like that anymore. As we head into the bans, it is going to be the Monty taken off the board, followed by the Grim, and along with that, the Mozzie and Castle as well banned away. D plus Kia will go Bar Cocktail. No, they'll switch it up. It's Reading Fireplace to begin on the opening round.
We've been informed as well that this is the first appearance of Cafe for this sub-region.
I just said that before.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry. My apologies. But I think it is a notable point that there's going to be very limited vision on this map within APL itself. Of course, there's going to be some ideas internationally, but also, given the maturity of the map, that I don't think it's going to play a huge role in this one. I think the biggest differentiating factor, and it was kind of the point I was making regarding D plus Kia and my expected strengths for them heading into best of threes, it's going to be adaptation and just being able to identify the playstyle and the strategies of the opposition fast enough, and then having just small tweaks and ways in which they can try to counter that. Not expecting anything dramatic or drastic, but it's probably going to come down to subtleties in this matchup and making the most of the small opportunities that will likely arise. And in terms of the bans as well, especially noting the Mozzie ban there from Kinatrope, so probably looking to enable as much drone play as possible, and with the Dokkaebi available as well, you really open yourself up potentially here defensively and allowing Kinatrope to dictate the tempo of the map a little faster than is typical on this style of map. Cafe is traditionally very slow going and quite the grind to get into the map, but Kinatrope may look to try and amp it up here, and I mean the posture here over towards a direct hit reading is a little tantalizing at the moment. They're investigating it. I don't think they will commit. Candelas are in the hands of Aegator though, so they may consider it. Dokkaebi call to go out, Nate to follow, and Shield to play the front line.
Oh, Levy, I thought was going to actually get the kill on the player behind the blitz. Kout got the flash onto him, and they get the opening kill, and it's going to be a plant attempt as well from Caillou inside of Reading, many inside of Laundry, expecting the push, does get the headshot. Kout got another one though. Successful plant. That is so quick from Kinatrope. And the follow through right now not working out for D plus Kia either. It's only falls. 1v3, Kinatrope look like they're going to take the opening round in a very quick fashion, and certainly an early statement as well against the Brazilians. There's nothing really Falls can do to win this one. He does get the kill onto Aegator, but Gatarada is there for the swift trade. Kinatrope, that is a fast start.
Yeah, they set the tone early, and this again is going to be already just one round in, a defining moment for D plus Kia in identifying that and that's the easy part. Any half-decent team is going to identify that that was a direct rush hit. It's more so the follow-up and then going forward, if that's something they need to be mindful of on other sites where there are direct routes. And certainly if and when they return to that objective, making sure that they're ready for it and maybe transition to a more trap-heavy composition, for instance, that can better deal with that. Maybe bring a mute into the blitz, for instance. Just small little adjustments like that, which will hopefully make it more challenging for Kinotrope to replicate that success. Regardless, though, it was a nice, well-formulated attack there. The information gathering was really, really efficient at the start. Again, potentially that being aided by the Mozzie ban. And that's something as well to just continually monitor over this first half if Kinotrope are continually gaining really good information, not just on drones, which will be very, very positive, and it means that they're playing into that ban correctly, but even we saw Docker in the last round, Snake this round as well. In combination, I think that's going to be quite a dangerous threat for D+ to deal with.
D+, though, have got the experience and the capabilities to deal with it, but it's just a matter of if they do or they don't. And it's easier said than done. Right now, Nia's just kind of poking and prodding around this window in towards Lounge, but not really seeing a whole lot. They get it down below him, gets onto the rappel. Narada on the solid Snake. Naturally, Kinotrope, a slower pacing round is on its way after what was a round I don't think you could have played any quicker in the opening. But a Cocktail, naturally a far slower pacing sight.
Track stingers in play.
2 Nitrocells available for D+, as Levy just kind of preps one potentially for the White Stairs window.
The barrier is activated.
Swapping legs.
Aggressive Lounge extension though from Nears, and what this is also doing is denying a lot of space for Kinotrope. Oh, I mean, that's the danger that you kind of play with though when you are aggressive with the Ozami towards Lounge, especially when you're by yourself. No one really to help out. Nears dealt with.
Yeah, the groundwork here from Kinotrope again has looked quite strong. Still a double Nitro in play for D+, and as the time continues to tick down, those pieces of util will become more influential. Not the greatest smoke there onto the mirror. 60 seconds, and D+ Kia are playing quite conservative. Not that there's really a whole lot of maneuverability for them at this point of the round. Kinotrope seemingly are shaping up for default. Diffuser in the hands of Akayu. He's still outside on the roof looking to drop late. Line scan to follow. One remains. 30 seconds for Kinotrope.
Ganorada very late up White Stairs, but they haven't even needed him. Oh, and he's got the easiest kill ever onto Musi. What a strange old round. Flawless from Kinotrope. Well, if you're Ganorada and you're thinking, boys, wait for me. And he doesn't even get a chance to get the free kill onto the gun barrel sticking out of Pixel. 2-0 start for Kinotrope on the attack of Cafe. And they've done so in 2 different ways as well. The fast hit reading Fireplace, the more slower approach as well. As Kinotrope have actually called a timeout themselves.
Interesting.
A positive reinforcement tack timeout might be the play. You only get the one though.
Yeah, you get the one. You get to chat during the halftime break, so I guess it's a little more split these days. You can probably afford to be more liberal in your usage of it, so... Yeah. Certainly a little unusual, but I don't think it's a negative. It may be marked as a negative in retrospect if they encounter problems, say, in the second half, and it feels like they may need a momentum breaker and they don't have it available to them, but... Off to a good start, just looking to settle. A long way to still go in this map. It's very early days. I expect D plus Key to look a lot better in the second rotation when they've had visibility on these pushes and a better job in countering it, but it was broken apart pretty systematically here by Kindertrope. Good start lounge. The army thwarted, and then they kind of just kick it to gear. With a drop down skylight, isolating picks elsewhere, they had that threat. Bot white, which is what we tracked, and ultimately wasn't even needed. So, a well-considered attack there from Kindertrope, and D plus Kia have been shaken a little early here on Cafe.
I wonder if D Plus is sitting back saying thank you very much for the free timeout, because we're 2-0 down on Defense Cafe right now, and we could have probably used that little break. Now they go mining. As I said, it could look a little bit silly if D Plus now got on a little bit of a run post timeout. And those are the kind of timeouts I'd love to get more information on. Those are the kind of timeouts where it's like, well, what did you guys really speak about? What were the reasons? Because naturally, if you see a team 4-0 down and they call attack timeout, you've got a pretty good grasp on the reasons why and kind of what's being spoken about.
Here's posturing. Bakery, caught out.
Was that a drone? Did they know he was there, or was that just trying to pre-shoot the barricade?
Well, I mean, it had to have been info of some.
He's got it. He has to answer this call as well. Oh, he just catches it at the end, and he's going to be the target now. I just keep calling Niers and try and spam call him and try and flush him out and put pressure on him. He's 1 HP. He's forced to answer the call. So if you push him at the same time and he's answering the call, it's a free kill. This is a good opportunity for Kindertrope if they can keep the pressure on him.
Yeah,
and you get rid of the Soulless. That's
play.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is huge.
Yeah, that's a massive win. And A-Gator's got his cross for now, although he has escaped the VIP side. Midpoint of the round, Kindertrope in a commanding position. It's going to hinge largely on the Dockerby being effective here. The Stellace should not have impact for the remainder of the round. If Niers gets a kill, it's a failure from Kindertrope.
He calls Falls instead over towards Train. Glass is activated from Falls, sensing the pressure. He does eat the call. Gator does get the kill onto Niers. Didn't need to spam call him. Didn't over-invest utility. This leaves now the payloads available for Kawau to keep calling other members of D plus gear. Now onto Midi. He's actually, though, on the move, so he's just going to eat the call. Just under a minute remaining.
With Niers in the grave, the rest of the team can eat calls because he's able to sit cams. It's not a massive loss.
It's still damage. Falls, though, from the window. Headshot onto Gator.
Let's see here.
So far, Kindertrope, though, this is where they've done their best work. These on-site fights, 30 seconds, doesn't really seem like it'll be an issue for them. 4v4. Low health Falls. Midi's taking a bit of damage as well. Falls, though, gets a freebie sitting at back of fireplace. Eclair pushes in through the doorway. Kayu's still down 3v3 as things are currently standing. Heading into the last 15 seconds. There's the pickup. Kayu back up. Now the advantage with Kindertrope as fireplace plant is going. That Nitrocell well off the mark. No, it does connect as Kawau ran into it. He was away from it and ran into it, but he had no idea. Plant will be successful from Eclair. He's now back up and ready. Kayu low on health. Surely this is a round in which D Plus can win. It seems like they will. Good play from down below for D plus Kia, and they will be on the board.
Yeah, they certainly will. It wasn't the most conventional round of defense for that particular site, and with Niers taking a huge chunk of damage early on the Solace, it felt like that could potentially unravel the rest of the defense, especially with the Dockerby available, who was successful in damaging several defenders. And with the Solace taken then out of play for the late round, I thought that maybe that would take away the Vert threat, but that was not the case. A massive Nitro down below, even a pick through the Vert as Kindertrope tried to scramble. It was a little all over the place from both teams in that round, but D plus Key are able to thrive in the chaos.
the longer this game goes on, the more I think we might eventually at some point call back to that tactical timeout taken from Penetrate. But it started so well. They almost got the free kill onto Nears. They eventually dealt with him pretty decently early into the round. And it took a bit of a aggressive swing from Falls at the window. That's just so unfortunate when you essentially just run into the Nitro Cell. You hear it get ripped. You hear it get thrown. You imagine at that point it's at you. But funnily enough, if he actually had stayed still, he was fine. But these are the kind of rounds that I expect in a matchup like this, close in a contest. The first 2 rounds from Keenerstrobe actually were a little bit more dominant than I had expected from either of the 2 teams in this game. Back to Bar Cocktail, 4th round. And with D+ on the board now, this gives us a lifeline at this being the match of the day, rightfully so. D+ look back. That's better from them. No Mirror and no Ying banned out for the remainder of this first half.
Yeah, despite the Ying ban, Foles still electing to jump onto the Warden for this round.
4 smokes on the board.
Yeah. Certainly not just the Ying that he is particularly effective against, Warden. What the Kinotrope try and posture for then this time around? They decided not to take the Izami out for the lounge clear. They effectively dealt with it last time, and D+ Kia reacting to that accordingly and decide not to bring the Izami full stop here for the reattempt. Nears in a far more compromised position now. It's the shotgun up close. But such a lack of coverage here. If Kinotrope get a read onto his position and Nears doesn't get support, he's gonna get caught out. Yep, there we go. Nears struggling in lounge, 1 and 4 so far.
Yeah, 3rd straight opening death for Nears. So at some point you've got to speak to him and just tell him to probably change things up a little bit. And it's the team's strategy. He's there for a reason. That's all part of the plan, but clearly it's not working. It's 4 straight opening kills for Kinotrope and 3 straight opening deaths for Nears. They got to change something in that department.
The Valk information here could be certainly to the benefit of D+ Kia, but also could be valuable for the attack if Gatarada can hack those obs tools. 60 seconds on the clock, Pixel still held, good double stack over towards Woodstack. D+ Kia not in the worst position here, but oh, that's a big pick. And Kinotrope now certainly in a position to confirm this round and go up 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, clearing out Pixel there is huge because it gives them that lounge space. Now they can start to push towards the site. Falls takes a bit of damage. He's eating the call as well. No cams. Another call on the midi. At the moment, it doesn't look like he's going to look to answer the call. Certainly can't now with the pressure from Gatarada. So that's just more free damage onto midi. And that's also auditory information acquired. They know there's one over towards Stacks. They know there's one also Cocktail. So it's a 4v2 and you have info on both these players. Barbed wire being broken, so midi gets aggressive, but Gatarada already knew that he was there. That's from the earlier info. Kinotrope get a 3rd attacking round. Very good round from them. But the rounds right now, Guz, are somewhat being predetermined by what's happening with Nears at the start of these rounds. 3 straight, he's been the opening death. 4 straight, Kinotrope have had the advantage. At some point, that just becomes a little bit too much to deal with time and time again. D+ have got to be a little bit better defensively early in these rounds.
Yeah, I think it's probably at this point where they need to make a pretty decisive call. It's either Nears, let's roll swap, let's get you on something else so you can have impact elsewhere, or that they need to double down and actually be more supportive, because in a lot of these instances he's playing a very isolated position on the map. No one's there to either, again, support and help him so that he doesn't fall, or at the very least trade him out. They're basically leaving him to go for solo hero plays, and if you're on, you're on. If you're not, you're not. And sometimes, just on the day, you're not going to be primed to be, finding the kill or 2 needed every single time completely solo. And that's being demonstrated very early on here. So good test of D+ Kia as a team, but also Nears. How do they try to react to that and pivot? And we'll see here on Kitchen. He jumps onto the Clash. May have already been predetermined. We haven't seen this site yet today, so we don't really have a point of reference. But It should be the kind of operator, the kind of role where he can take a bit of a backward step, not worry so much about taking fights, and instead could try and gain info for the team.
Well, it's his fifth different operator, so he hasn't had a lot of consistency either. And those operators have been pretty different. You know, Solus' army play pretty differently. The smoke, the mute, the clash. It's not all on him though. And Musi hasn't even found a kill in this game. 0 and 3.
Keeper deployed. Come at me. Impact out.
3 acquired though for Kinatrope. 3 attacking rounds is already pretty good. So they're in a really good position now to close this half out with confidence. Already called their tactical timeout. Oh, Fall's trying to fall back. Near's actually blocking him. Fortunate that there wasn't really any pressure there on the Falls. Nears will take over towards Bakery. Actually a pretty heavy emphasis on this Bakery side defense from D+ Kia. It's going to allow top floor down for Kinatrope with the buck to get to work with the skeleton key. Atrocell doesn't connect. It's the only one that they had available. Not a lot of active utility for the defense. 1 impact, 2 keeper barriers, the F not mines. Plus, of course, Nears on the clash. Not a lot of on-site defensive utility either. Yeah, no Vulcan canisters, for example, that you have to deal with. Not a lot of slowdown. Don't have to deal with smoke and gas babes. Yeah, if Kinatrope find a pick early on, if they can deal with this clash early on, these are 2 big objectives for them. If they do that, they can flood the site pretty comfortably.
Yeah, looking to try and extract value on the vert, but it's horizontal split defense here from D+. Foles, sharp shot through prep. Nears is so low on HP, but can continue to provide value on the clash. 30 seconds remain. Advantage D+ Kia.
He's by himself now.
Yeah, there's an isolate opportunity here.
Claire should get this kill, and he does. That's Bakery control. Time running low. Gatorada's still trying to get some pressure from above. Does get some information. Mini gets the good kill onto Eclair. Needed that. Gatorada's going to have to go first floor now. 9 seconds left. No kit in hand. So far, so good for D+. And closing this round out, it seems as if they're just going to hold their positions, let the time expire. Job done for D+ Kia. A second acquired here in the half.
Yeah, not giving away anything against the vert there. I think that was one of the big key takeaways. Kinatrope arguably didn't respond well enough. Should have been given the call pretty early on there that the buck of Gatorada isn't finding much, and so it's time to start pressuring Bakery, make that clear a little more efficient. I think, as we get a pause call very, very late, I think if that call got relayed a little earlier, they actually would have been in a pretty good position to pivot, go for the clear. It was ultimately time that was the biggest problem. I think they had enough util and positionally did okay there to be on for the Bake side hit and potential plant, but they were a little bit slow, and certainly the slowest we've seen from Kinatrope so far, which is a little unfortunate for them. We return to the top floor.
Well, we'll get ourselves a little break in the action before we get that. Rehost is underway. So 2-3 scoreline in terms of how this game has played out so far. Has it kind of gone a little bit as expected? For me personally, I don't think so. I mean, I expected back and forth. 2-3 scoreline is close in nature. Now, both teams have had success in different areas. Obviously, in some of these earlier rounds, we've seen really good success from Kinatrope, getting these early kills. They've been able to get the plant down as well in a couple of rounds. D+ have just been able to start to find a little bit more form in the more second half of this first half. It can close out strong here. 3-3 half, I think, puts this game into a pretty solid position. Midi has been their best so far, 5-4. He's got a 120 EPS because his cost is at 80%. On the flip side for Kinotrope, it's been a really good game from Eclair. 7-2, 1-0 in the entry with a 100% cost, sitting at a 148 EPS. It's the kind of game, though, I just feel like it could get away from Kinotrope the longer this goes on. D Plus are the kind of team that don't mind a bit of a grind. You've already used your attack timeout as well. D Plus still have theirs. And again, Cafe is not this defensive juggernaut that it used to be. But I do think they probably need this third round to put themselves in the best position.
No, I totally agree. I think as the game progresses, D Plus Q should age a little better and should be able to refine their gameplay and probably find a higher peak than Kinotrope, who I think have probably still done enough at this point to have ticked the box of maintaining strong tempo and largely dictating how the match has played out so far. But it is very, very narrow margins at the moment. It's still far too difficult to call which way it will go from here, and that last round was probably, in my mind, the weakest that we've seen so far from Kinotrope. Time management on that kitchen site hit, especially with the information that they had afforded themselves, was simply far too slow. And they'll know that. We apologize for the rehost. Please bear with us. As you can see, the lobby is back up and the players will join, so should only be a few minutes away. Third floor to be the site of choice. And yeah, it's going to be a hard fought round. Closely contested is the expectation, given that both teams will sense a real opportunity here to set themselves up for the second half.
Well, it's either going to be it's either going to be a 4-2 lead for Kinotrope going into defense, which sets them up, or it's going to be D Plus making it 3 of the last 4 rounds after Kinotrope called that early tactical timeout. Either way, the loser of this next round is not going to be happy.
Yeah. Look, I think that Kinotrope will be pretty well suited to defense. D plus Kia typically play a very slow tempo, and Kinotrope I think will be the kind of team that are going to try and force them to speed up, or at the very least disrupt and take a lot of early fights that will either slow them down even further and make the clock more influential, or sort of maybe put D plus Kia in a conundrum where they need to think about changing their tempo in the matchup. And again, that's a good test, I think, for them to see if they have what it takes to make those changes on the fly. But they probably go into the match with that kind of expectation anyway. So,
well, I've got a fun stat for you.
Intriguing as well.
D plus Kia in the 3 matches before this stage have not had a game where they've had more defensive round wins than attacking round wins.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, it just means going into their attacking half on Cafe. Clearly, they've been a very good attacking team this stage. So much so that in all of their matches, they've gotten more attacking rounds than they got defensive rounds. Of course, only losing the one game, that being to CAG. So that was that was on Lair. They got 2 defensive rounds, 3 attacking rounds on Lair. Against, obviously, Triple Main Telecom, they got 6 straight attacking rounds on Border. So then, therefore, only got the 1 defensive round. And then against Scars yesterday, 4 attacking rounds on Border, 3 defensive rounds. So, I mean, I'm nitpicking a little bit because you're looking at 2 games of Border, one of those being a 7-0. But it is an intriguing little stat considering where this game currently sits. 2-3 scoreline. D Plus will go attack after this. And again, Cafe is not really this ultra defensive juggernaut. I think there are going to be opportunities for D Plus in the second half on their attack. The question will be, if it's at 3-3, that's pretty good. There's room for error. If it's 4-2, you're going to have to be pretty snappy.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, let's load back into the server to top floor. We return. And around that could be influential as to how both teams set up for the second half. I like the lineup here from Kinotrope, directly countering particularly the Echo here from DK. Both the Brava, the Dockerby, and by extension the IQ as well. hopefully, for their sake, going to make Nia's life very difficult. And to the credit of D plus Kia and Nia's as well, they've made a very decisive decision to jump him back on more supportive operators. The Clash, the Echo, his roams earlier were largely, essentially, completely ineffective. They were shot down really well by Kinotrope, so they've made a conscious choice to free him up onto more anchor-friendly operators, and we'll see how that shapes up as well.
Early call from Gatorada. Midi just decides to eat it to avoid any further pressure. You might want to know why. Well, playing the Solus, he doesn't want to, of course, have to deal with this later in the round when he may potentially look to push down second floor. Just gives him the ability now to kind of roam around without the pressure of the Dockerby, despite being in cocktail and safe and could have answered the call. He knew that those calls were going to keep coming. He opts to eat it. The others most likely will look to answer those calls, although that's a wonderful play on the falls. That's what you could do with Dockerby. A Gator combo on the IQ gets the opening kill for Kinotrope.
There could even be more to follow here. Payload onto the mute. A-Gator continues to pepper from down below, and it's very difficult now for D plus Kia to invest somebody to go down below and contest, but they do either way. It's Midi. Takes a chunk of damage, half HP, forced back up White Stairs. A good play there from Kinotrope, 50 seconds. Final call, as you say. Midi, though, elsewhere, aggressors, jump out White. Does he get caught? Yes. Advantage Kinotrope, 4-2.
And they lost Levy just off that as well, so now Kinotrope in a really good position. It's only down to Musi over towards Freezer, pushing out into backstore towards Bar. One ahead of him, but it's shot in the back from Kawau. Kinotrope Gaming, with an attacking masterclass on Cafe, take a 4-2 lead into the half. Now we're going crazy here on Cafe. 4-2 lead for Kinotrope. They're 3 rounds away from knocking off D plus Kia, who of course are going to want to have something to say about it. They do still have attack time up their sleeves. Kinotrope don't. They used it early, but so far it's paid off.
Yeah, it certainly has. It was a pretty decisive call to make so early in that first half, and it, well, ironically didn't lead to an immediate conversion, but they're able to stabilize towards the tail end, and their attacks overall looked, yeah, pretty solid. Not too much to complain about. D plus Kia, to their credit, did make some pretty big changes, specifically around Nears, who was struggling at the early portion of that half, and somewhat worked, somewhat didn't. Here's a replay package of that final round of the half. The IQ and the Dokkaebi combo was deadly. Those on site not really standing much of a chance, facing that onslaught of the attack. As we prepare for the second half, it's dining up first. Castle Maestro Ying Lion band out.
Near straight away onto the Nook, Midi onto the Solid Snake, falls on the Dokkaebi. We talked about early aggression here for D plus Kia.
10 seconds remaining.
Reading Fireplace offers that potential. Oh, never mind. It's just going to be a full switch, literally on the only 3 operators that I mentioned. This is cheeky. Oh, Niers hits the shot first, though, onto
He's back.
Gator.
He's back. He wasn't hitting that in the first half. That's nice. That's really good from him. Sharp shot.
Oh, another attempt, though, from Kawau. And Leclerc, is he thinking about doing something special, too? Holds back. Goes back towards Stacks. Okay, D+ with the opening pick. Just their second so far in this match. It feels timely. And, though, the way that Kinotrope are kind of positioning right now, they seem eager to get one back.
Yeah, they do, but not really given that opportunity. Forced to now play a little passive and reassess the situation. That's good tempo management from D plus Kia in the round to sort of identify that and make sure they don't forfeit the advantage that Niers has afforded them too early into the round. Both the Valkyrie and the Echo in play. And we'll see if that's a difference maker. Nitro onto Levy. Does a chunk of damage, but he survives for now.
Caillou, by the way, playing down below in VIP. Actually, all the way into Freezer. Might look to play off his Yokais. Has one in Lounge. It might just spot out that Levy's still over towards that top side of the map, just pushing down red stairs. A lot of time remaining in this round because D plus Kia took a bit of time to assess after they got that opening kill. It's a retake up above here from Kawau. Levy's still red stairs. Needs to be careful if Kawau keeps pushing for the sweep across on the top floor. As Gatorada holds pillar, he makes his move. There is one up close. Niers taken down to 1 HP inside a train. Musi trying to spot up above, finds the kill and the second onto Gatorada playing towards pillars. D plus Kia have unlocked this round in that moment. Swift kills sees them lead 4 versus 1.
And just the Echo left standing, and with his position now known, this round is over. Barring a miracle play.
It depends if he can win this, potentially with the Yokai. Does get the kill. Can he get back onto his Yokai to deny this plant? Knows that Falls is planting. The right side, can he stop this? He can't stop it! But he spots another one in the hallway! Levy's down! 1 versus 1 for Akayu! But he just turns the corner too haphazardly! Oh my word, that was almost, I think, the clutch of the stage if he had pulled it off.
Yeah, it would have been clutch of the stage and equally throw of the stage. D plus Kia, guys. Maybe the Monty didn't spot him down below, but that's what I thought happened. The Monty spotted through Freezer Hatch. The call should have been relayed, but seemingly they just did not expect him to come up white. And the plant coverage, despite it being a 4 versus 1, was also not in the correct position. That got messy towards the end.
That would have
D plus Kia.
He would have played that differently
if
he had have denied the plan. How much time was on
what's
the clock?
going on here? What is Midi
7
looking
seconds, 6 seconds. So it would have been 6 seconds left.
Yeah, that was.
And here there would have been about, I mean, time would have been, well, I mean, to be fair, Musi would have had to push. So, I mean, it might not, you know, we don't know what would have happened. Musi would have pushed if the plan hadn't have been converted.
Yeah, that was.
But still, wow.
That probably goes down as the craziest Centaur round that I've witnessed or casted so far at this stage. That was crazy.
So
No world in which that should have been possible.
to summarize that round, we had the very early 2-minute 55-second spawn peak reversal kill. So Nia's killing the spawn peaking Gator. We got the plant. We got 2 multi-kills, one from Muzi, one from Akayu, and then of course a clutch 1v1 for Muzi. So every statistical category was checked out except for a counter defuse. That was the only thing missing. Crazy round, full of action, 3-4 scoreline, much needed for D plus Kia, otherwise 2-5, and you're staring down the barrel of a disappointing defeat. Game on. Match of the day is not disappointing so far. After our earlier matches were 7-1, 7-1, 7-3, this one now sits at 4-3. Game on a knife's edge. The two teams at the top of the standings. Win this, top 2 looks, I don't want to say a certainty, Guz, but very likely. This is a big match.
Certainly so, and it's really beginning to heat up here. See the Echo in play again here for Kinotrope. That's one taken down. Akaya looking for some proactive information up through the skylight. Midi on the Solid Snake this round, a threat as he has snuck into second floor. Gator currently on second floor also. A potential engagement between those two to follow. There's a bit of peppering in towards sight here from D plus Kia. Muzi needs to be so cautious at the close angle. He gets caught out, but despite that, still wins the duel.
As the Claire goes down, that's the best performing player for Kinotrope so far this match, who is 8-4, now 8-5. D plus starting to just actually turn things around in these opening kills. Lost the first 4 straight. Since then, 3 of the next 4 have gone their way, so they're getting earlier advantages. Trade though by Akayu, even if it's delayed, it brings it back to 4v4. With Nia's death, no more Capital utility, but there goes Gatorada struggling to have an impact in this game. Square falls, another advantage again for D plus Kia. The attacks on Cafe for both these teams have been pretty strong so far. Deathmark onto Akayu, but he, despite the Deathmark, finds the kill onto Levy. 30 seconds here, even though D plus have the advantage, may not last for much longer. Akayu is just devastating them. He's got 4, looking for the ace against Mitty. Almost from clutch of the year to an ace. Oh my word. You won't see a better 2 rounds from an individual for the rest of this stage. Akayu clutches up for Kinotrope. This time, he converts.
And Kinotrope are far too respectful. I think if any other team had those 2 back-to-back rounds, they would be spamming the question marks in the chat. And they got away with it last time, D plus Kia, but this time out, not so fortunate. Fortunately, though, for them, they do have that tactical timeout available. And the next 30 seconds or so, critical for this matchup. Not even just from a tactical standpoint, but I think just being able to settle the team, refocus, and put that round behind them. It's been a nervy start to these attacks. And as Kinotrope tighten their grip on defense, we need to see D plus Kia minimize these mistakes.
D plus having got a single player with more than 6 kills. And on the side of Kinotrope, you've got Akayu now up to 12.
It's been insane.
And how many did you get in the previous round? I think it was 3. So he's gotten 8 kills in 2 rounds. Reminder for those just joining, we did have a rehost, so we did lose a lot of the numbers from the earlier portion of the match. As you can clearly see, though, since the rehost, 10-2 for Akayu. And I think you kind of like... I don't know. Soaking it all in. Why not? He's on a heater, and they put him on the Clash. I mean, the Clash is not like it used to be. Certainly can be aggressive with the Clash. Chill down, SMG strong. 5-3 lead as Kinotrope are 2 rounds away from a big win.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I was right to keep an eye on you.
Well, the onus is well and truly on D plus Kia at the moment here to stabilize this matchup. And we'll see what their resilience is like, because it's been a testing best of one. And whilst maybe in a best of 3 format later to follow, they'd have a greater opportunity to recover. It's best of ones for everyone at the moment, fighting for that top 4 position and the seeding within that. So we'll see if they can correct course. An intriguing lineup here from this attack of D+.
Well, this is like the lineup they hovered earlier and then switched off it. Now they go and say, okay, let's lock it in. Dockerby, Deimos, very oppressive. You've got the Glaz as its own kind of win con, and plenty of smokes to utilize. 6 smokes available. So to me, you want to play and put a lot of your eggs into that Glaz basket. Get a lot of pressure as well from the Dockerby. Then you got Nears, throw him into the mix. He can just lurk on the Nook, try and find entry. Falls on the Blitz can help facilitate for Levy, create a bit of space. It's a good-looking lineup, an aggressive lineup. Now, Kinotrope are going to need to be ready, and it's a really good round, in my opinion, to bring this clash, and they don't even know it.
Now the Nitro from A-Gator won't find its mark. They go searching for information outside Bakery here, so I think Kinotrope at this point have a pretty good read that something's a little fishy in this round.
I think he's dead here. Oh, he has turned back around. He's going to get a little bit of auditory information, but if Force plays this right, you don't over-aggress. You're just trying to find out where he is. Oh, I thought he was going to flick Levy, but he then just kind of flicked back over to Falls. And even though the opening kill went the way of D plus Kia, they do lose Nears, and he's 1v1 on the Nook. So it ends up where it all started, but now with less time on the clock.
"40 seconds then on the clock. It's still a strong position for Kinotrope. And with Eclair finding that kill, D plus Kia need to fight like hell for the remainder of the round.
Well, they haven't played into the Glaz at all. They haven't really layered the smokes. They haven't given Levy too many opportunities to try and find picks into sight. There's only the 2 spot. I mean, False, you got 20 seconds. Throw these smokes out, push in. Hope that Levy can find a pick or 2. Still going to deal with the Kayu though. Over towards Cooking with the Clash shield up as well. No more gas babes remaining from Koal. Into red time we go. Still haven't found a pick with this Glaz. There's just no one presenting. And then up close, it's a Koal headshot onto the Glaz. Only Falls, no time. Kinotrope have got match point against D plus Kia.
Wow. D plus Kia capitulating under the pressure at the moment. And Kinotrope playing with freedom and literally smiles on their face. The body language from them over the course of this match as well has looked very positive. Some gloom faces on the opposing side of D plus Kia at the moment, who are sensing that they've been outmatched today so far.
They're just out of answers at the moment. That was the kind of trump card, bring a bit more aggression. I just don't think they played the Glaz well enough. They lose the 1v1 Nook battle. Didn't probably get as much pressure out of the Deimos. Didn't really see a whole lot of death marks that helped to aid anything. Three of the last 4 rounds now to Kinotrope Gaming.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
3 match point opportunities.
Yeah, I genuinely expected D plus K to look a little more refined over the course of this match as it progressed, but it hasn't quite been the case. Kinotrope have had the early jump for the large portion of these first initial rotations. They won 2 of the first 3 rounds in the first half and replicate that here in the second half. D plus Kia just not quite having the ability off the rip on the first appearance of these sites on their respective defenses, now into attacks, not quite having what it takes to produce consistent results, and it's ultimately led to this potential blowout scoreline. A 7-3 I think would be
for this
maybe
matchup,
not quite a blowout in the traditional sense, but yeah, for this style,
but it's on the edge of it, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like 7-2 in blue is a blowout, so 7-3 is not much better.
No, certainly for a matchup that should be like in the realms of an OT. It's a hard one to split in terms of the winner, but it should certainly be at least 12 rounds. And That looks unlikely at the moment unless D plus Kid can lock back in here. Reading Fireplace, the site, they were successful last time out here.
Saving grace for D plus Kia. The next two opponents, Can You Be My Enemy and RRX. Next week, a bounce back week you would imagine for them. And closing the stage then the week after against VRX. Tell you what, you kind of look at this region, guys, and there's 4 playoff spots right now coming into tonight with CRG, D+, Kinatrope, VRX. Outside of it, Trippy and Scars. How do Scars get themselves into that top 4?
And he jumps out
Either
here.
way, Flames over towards White. Levy's not going to jump out. He's just going to eat the Flames. Takes a chunk of damage. And it's Nears again that goes down first. Old habits die hard for Nears. It's his 4th opening death. And as Levy and Falls go down, it's Kinatrope that are putting the foot onto that pedal. 5 versus 2. And while a 7-3 scoreline is not a full blowout, the way this match is closing out is certainly in the realms of that conversation. This has ended up being quite one-sided.
Yeah, last-ditch attempt with an entry over towards White. 60 seconds, so time for DK, but not much in the way of manpower. Position now also known, and Kinatrope can look to consolidate at least 1 spotted wood stacks. Probably anticipating 2. Claire gives away a freebie. 1 isolated freezer, but Akayu wins that.
Needed that one. Poor old Musi now by himself. Needs to pull off an Akayu and get a big clutch. 1v4, 40 seconds. Flash thrown in towards Freezer. Barricade, a little bit of a nuisance. Doesn't even have the kit. That's stuck over towards Backstore, and it's Gatorada to end it all with the impact as Kinatrope pull off a huge win. 7-3 against D plus Kia. Not only did they get all 3 points, but they improved their round differential and hindered D pluses. Kinatrope are up into 2nd place on the standings halfway through the stage. They're looking pretty good.
And they continue that run towards CAG, trying to knock them off top spot here in APAC North, and the victory today goes a long way towards potentially achieving that goal. By far the better of the 2 teams on the day. And whilst the result certainly wasn't a massive upset or a massive unexpected win, the fashion in which they did it and the end scoreline certainly was, in my opinion. I truly expected this to be at least 7-4, probably 7-5, if not OT. But Kinatrope were just dominant in the way that they were able to shut D plus Kia out of this match, and ultimately a strong result in the end.
Those 2 rounds from Akayu, which one of those they ended up still losing anyway, I felt like changed a little bit of the course of the game. Like that almost clutch on Reading Fireplace. Even though they lost that round, it was like, I think that might have put a little dent into the minds of D plus Kid. Then the actual ace clutch in the next round, I think, solidified it. And from there, they just didn't lose out. 14-5 from Akayu. Really dominant. 80% cost, 154 EPS. And you know what the best thing about this result as well, guys, is for Kinatrope Gaming, we will get to speak to Okamesh and kind of ask about the early 2-round lead tactical timeout and get thoughts on that, which I'm excited about personally. But for Kinatrope Gaming, I mean, this is a team that has been around for a while, never really one that's been able to contest with the real big boys. They're usually that middle of the pack, better than the rest, but not quite in contention for the likes of the international events. This could be the coming of age stage for them.
Yeah, it could be their moment. It could be their opportunity, but it is still just best of 1. So I think for them, it's all about building up into the best of 3s.
All right, we got Okamesh on the line for an interview with us after the win. Congratulations on the win, Okamesh. Happy days. I do have to ask, though, we were a little bit confused. 2nd round, tactical timeout. You guys were leading 2-0. Talk us through that timeout.
Okay. I talk about picking Brava because they spamming using Aruni and then Mercy. Then I gather like 8,000. And statistically, Brava is winning against Merusi and Aruni. So, like Brava has big like 57 win rate against these operators. So I asked them to pick Brava, and then looks like it's working. Right? So that's why I
it certainly did. You guys
Yes.
played really, really well today. Congratulations. I sort of want to ask a little bit about where you guys think you are right now. CAG is just above you on the standings, and there's only the one slot for this stage. Do you feel like you're really close to CAG right now, or maybe even better at the moment?
I'm not gonna say, like, as a team, we really wanna qualify for the EWC, of course, but I don't wanna like be so hard on Cyclops. We need to be more friendly as a Japanese team. Then we both make more stronger. Like as a, it's hard to say, but like we need to make stronger each other. We need to train each other through the league. So, of course, we really wanna beat Cyclops, CAG, but both like as a team, I wanna beat CAG, but as a friend, I wanna like go Japan Major together. I think. Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we need to
I
get the
that.
2 slot on the Japan Major. Is that it's not gonna happen? Maybe I don't know, but like yeah, that's what I think now. So.
Well, totally get where you're going with that one, Okamesh, 100%. I do want to ask, for Kinotrope Gaming, I will say over the last couple of years, from my perspective, it feels like it's always been sort of middle of the pack. Not quite maybe contesting with the top teams, but maybe not then, but then being much better than the ones below you guys. What do you think has been different this stage? What's changed that you're now actually beating these top teams in the region and have become a top team in the region?
I want to say one funny thing. I have been kicked from Kinotrop in 2024, in like end of the 2024, and then 2025 shoot result, and I came back as a coach, and then I think I am good strategist. I think.
Well, it's so
sorry.
far this stage, you guys are obviously playing really well, and maybe Okamesh, you've been a big part of that. So I'm hoping for your sake and for your team's sake, the good times can keep rolling. Best of luck with the rest of the stage, and congratulations again on the win against D+.
Thanks so much.
Oh, a wonderful, happy man after a win, and rightfully so. 7-3 over D+, and you know, they're a top team. That's a good result, and they're firmly in that conversation, in that picture now, guys. They're sitting second after 4 play days. They've knocked off D+ Kia. You kind of look at some of their other results. They beat Scars earlier back in play day 1. Really, the one blemish was that 5-7 loss versus Fear X. And that was back in play day 2. So a bit of time since then has transpired. They play RRX, then they play Trippy, and then, of course, the big one, CAG, play day 7. Our MVP for the day is ready. I had a little bit of a say in this one. It should end up being Caillou after that big 2-round performance. But overall, he still played really well outside of those 2 rounds, guys. But he ended up with 14 kills, 5 dares. So of those 14 kills, 8 of those came in the 2 rounds, rounds 7 and 8. The near clutch, this is it right here. 1v4, 12 seconds on the clock, and then eventually almost denies the plant, doesn't get it, gets it down to a 1v1. Unfortunately, here, he had 1 bullet left, so he did reload, but he reloaded and ran over the corner, and then he gets the ace in the next round.
Yeah, he was absolutely goated on the Echo, and I don't know if it's too far-fetched to say, but it really feels like round 7 unsettled D+ Kia, and that round there chalked them. From that point onwards, we could see quite visibly the body language from D+ Kia. It looked quite negative. It looked quite shut down from that point. But on the flip side, Kinotrope looked like they were fighting for an SI Grand Final. They were absolutely pumped and ready to go, and I think that really helped their confidence going forward. And so, look, that positive mindset for them is good, and Okamesh as well in the interview giving some good insight that as much as they'd love to beat CAG, there's a friendly rivalry and a willingness to try and push each other to improve. And even more so than that was the point that the 2 slots, it's not going to be with OS forever. It is fluid, and if they can actually continue to improve and then beat out OS internationally, there's every world in which APAC North in future could then retain 2 slots. So it is really important that these teams continue to push each other, especially in the 1-slot regions, because it's not going to be 2 in OS forever.
Yeah, just like the way that for Asia it didn't last too long for them. Now, who knows what's going to happen in future. Let's recap the schedule for today. So we started off with 2 whitewashers, 7-1, 7-1, Scars and CAG, too good for their opposition. And then 7-3, 7-3. Didn't get much better. FearX actually got a little bit stunned early on in that game, guys. They were down 1-3. Then they were able to win 6 straight to close it out. Kinotrope D+, the labeled match of the day, was a really good match, but still a one-sided result. Leads us to this standing position after 4 play days. CAG still undefeated. Kinotrope up into second. And with that loss, temporarily, D+ are out of playoff position. But as I said earlier, they've got a pretty comfortable schedule ahead.
Yeah, certainly, but they've put themselves in a compromised position where they can't afford to have a really off day, lose points to a lesser team, because then they're at a very, very serious threat of not making the top 4. And even from here, it's unlikely that they're going to get a good seed heading into the playoff bracket as well. So D+ Kia's run is severely compromised at the moment. And the top 4
who misses out from those top 5?
Yeah, the top 4 isn't concrete. That was going to be my final point. Sure, D+ may have favorable fixturing, but with the ups and downs we've seen from them this stage, who really knows how it shapes up? I think it's going to be a pretty bitter battle between them and Scars. The top 3, CAG, Kinotrope, FearX, I think at this point are pretty safe. I'd be pretty surprised if one of those 3 drop, but for the other 2, it's going to be really, really close.
Well, the big thing is, and this is for the future broadcasts that we're going to have, in terms of the standings that we just had, FearX still have to play Scars and D+. So it's going to be those kind of games that are going to ultimately determine who makes top 4. Win those, you're through. Lose those, you're probably out, based on what we've had so far. What a day, though. A pretty one-sided day, but certainly the last game, even though it ended up as 7-3, guys, it was certainly very, very entertaining. APAC North, as always, very much a strong region. South America League starting in a couple of hours time as well, so always plenty of siege action.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I can't wait for APL to resume next week, but APAC North specifically, man, I'm riding that Kinotrope hype train, and I think that these 1-slot regions in particular have honestly been just as exciting as the 2-slot for different reasons. So very excited as we kind of cross the midpoint, and yeah, it's starting to get really, really intense for these top 4 slots across all of the APL sub-regions.
Well, evidently, I've got to go unpack a house behind me as I've just moved into my new place. So it's time to close the show because I got more work to do. But thank you, everyone, for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.